morning, QuakeCon! This is QNN, and I'm your friendly neighborhood horse, known from coast to coast like butter and toast. Let's get to the news. Earthquake enthusiasts attending QuakeCon furious at the lack of real earthquakes. QuakeCon attendance has risen exponentially over the past few years. However, that rising statistic seems to be attributed to the flock of earthquake enthusiasts who descend on QuakeCon only to leave disappointed. When interviewed, traveling Idaho man said, "I love earthquakes. They're a way of life. That so-called QuakeCon is a lie and a cheat. I think I speak for my fellow Quaker boys when I say we've been tricked, backstabbed, and quite possibly bamboozled." Guy in duck costume feels rather foolish after mistaking QuakeCon for QuackCon. After a duck fanatic traveled 10 hours to see what he believed to be QuackCon, he soon realized his blunder upon entering the Gaylord Texan. The duck man said this: "I walked into the building, duck costume on and everything, and yet not another duck in sight. Then I get told that I'm at some kind of gamer event or something. I must be going quackers." QuakeCon and Gaylord staff launched investigation for person responsible for sprinkler system spraying balls instead of water. After a small electrical fire erupted in the BYOC, QuakeCon and Gaylord staff were puzzled to find that the sprinkler system had been altered to release pure balls guarana instead of water. Local authorities are now seeking any information that may lead them to the meme lord responsible. This is no laughing matter, a local Grapevine sheriff stated shortly after laughing at the word balls.
With blood donations at an all-time low, Red Cross begins taking involuntary blood donations. By the way, make sure to click the blood reaction to the post on the event stage to nominate a friend to give blood. New QuakeCon branding guidelines call for large trademark symbol with art cowering beside it. A lawyer for Cinemax who would like to remain anonymous said, straight from the horse's mouth, "We wanted to go even bigger with the trademark signal, but decided to rein it in so it's not so noticeable." Here's a good one. Gamers mistake BYOC for Bring Your Own Cornucopia. Attend wrong festival, have time of their lives. With no in-person LAN, infamous cat burglars can't wait for you to leave that sweet mousepad unattended in your home before stealing it.
And now, let's take a look at that jam-packed schedule while I take care of some horsey business.
You're watching QNN.
This just in, QuakeCon competition winner blows everyone with a pile of power supplies. A representative from Modders Inc., who judges the contest, said, "He just blows away with his abstract PC, drawing the viewer's attention even towards the plight of the power supply. The jumbled mess of PSUs demonstrates the intense emotion of the artist. I'm no art critic, but to me that just looks like a big pile of junk." This just in, Bethesda lawyers roll their computers over to the emergency QNN cease and desist letter while watching QNN broadcast closing. Hey fellas. Local father makes up for spending daughter's college fund at QuakeCon with rocket balloon. This just in, computer monster materializes from nothing, raining horror upon QuakeCon and the world. Curiosity gets best of local recently divorced mother who's decided to try Gamer Boy bathwater. Her funeral is to be held Wednesday at noon. Local grandma brags she stabbed someone over a game of Quake Champions in the nursing home. Grandma said, "I told that little wussy grandson of mine to tell me when he wants to go to a real LAN party." Hold your horses, everyone. QuakeCon to experiment with injecting deodorant into attendees. This sucker is being rushed through the FDA approval process to get this into public use by 2021. Local area man so geared up for QuakeCon he's just looking for lines to stand in. QuakeCon staffer books wrong MPT. Instead, attendees will enjoy Master Pancake Teacher. Funny no more? Say it ain't so, Joe. Master Pancake plans to analyze all 18 hours of Ken Burns baseball at QuakeCon 2021. Local guy furious that shirt he ordered one day before the event didn't arrive before said event. Everyman said, I don't get it, man. When are they gonna get it right? You keep being you, buddy. With blood donations from QuakeCon being unusable, Red Cross began dumping it into the ocean. The blood mixes with dolphin DNA, which turns out is what caused COVID-19. Poof! And a story like that's gotta be true. QuakeCon attendees learned how to make Waffle Dragon with QuakeCon Q at Master Pancake Theater. One QuakeCon attendee said, there are so many crafts this year, yay! This just in, whooping crane migration patterns affected due to whooping mating calls by attendees at QuakeCon. Gamer Boy 2014 said, it was all fun and games until the buzz descended on us. Also in whooping cranes news, whooping cranes protest QuakeCon over attendees' offensive imitation with stereotypical sound. Said one whooping crane at the scene, whoop! Hold your horses, everyone. QuakeCon makes surprising move into home furnishing market with QuakeCon at home. Photo confirms either horseman at QuakeCon was not actual horse or it killed human in Ward's hands. Bethesda executive has vision for QuakeCon 2020 after shopping for throw pillows. And finally, QNN issues cease and desist to QuakeCon for a horse art on QuakeCon at home hoodie instead of receiving one. Finally.
You're watching QNN.
Live from Dallas, Texas, Llama News Network presents This Llama. High in the sky from the LNN blimp. There's gaming. There's the blimp again. Uncomfortable encounters. Blimp. And falling down. Live from Dallas. We did that. This is the Llama Factor.
Quick housekeeping. Please do not post that restrooms need cleaned. If it's dirty, it's your house. Go clean it yourself, guy. Now on to the news. As you all know, Tim Willits left QuakeCon after 2019, never to be seen or heard from again. Or at least that's what we thought. After a year of no sign from him, he started to resurface. Here, he's appearing on Dancing with Stars. He made an exciting run, but lost in the end to someone I don't know, it's a stupid show. Security camera footage was recently found of Willits absolutely destroying an intern for suggesting an interview with a horse reporter. We cannot show the video because it is too violent. Willits has also been spotted hiding behind the bushes naked around the id Software building the day after a full moon. Not sure what that's all about. He's no one-trick pony. He has also started pursuing his music career. He tried to remain anonymous while drumming in the band Jim Billets and the Willies, but was immediately recognized and moved on. He then traveled the world as a DJ. After making more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime, he decided to pursue his true passion, strumming that old banjo with longtime friend Todd Howard. Way to go, Tim, you did it. Investigations into the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic continue. A photo of a subject wanted for questioning has recently been released. Well, I don't recognize him. Breaking news! We've just received leaked images from a whistleblower within A2M. According to the whistleblower, who we'll call Move to the Lax to protect his or her identity, these images will appear on the A2M 2021 calendar. Yes, that's quite nice. That's all. No, something's gone wrong. And now we'd like to take a moment to thank our unofficial and not actual sponsor, Bethesda. Try the new Bethesda QuakeCon branded adult diapers. Now the gaming never has to stop. Surgeon General warning, please change your diaper every 3 to 4 hours. Sitting in your own filth for too long would be gross. This just in. QuakeCon to announce the QuakeCon announcement for the announcement of ticket sale date. Announcement coming soon. With the COVID-19 pandemic ravaging the United States, Local Man remembers the good old days when the only thing to complain about was bringing the network cable. Frustrated with QuakeCon moving online, Local Man with no friends and zero know-how vows to hold his own LAN party at the Gaylord Texan. Good luck with all that, mister. And now, another word from our unofficial, not actual sponsor, Bethesda. Bethesda presents new Bethesda Essential Oil Sensual QuakeCon Massage Oil, because demon slaying ain't easy on the back. QuakeCon attendees can expect to be rubbing this all over each other's bodies by QuakeCon 2021. This just in, the Mueller report is finally released on the 2019 QuakeCon Forums Badge Design Contest. According to Bill Barr's heavily redacted summary of the report explains that the special counsel and his staff thoroughly investigated the allegations that members of QuakeCon Forums and others associated with it conspired with the Russian government in its efforts to interfere in the 2019 QuakeCon Forums Badge design, or sought to obstruct the related federal investigations. The special counsel issued more than 2,800 subpoenas and executed nearly 500 search warrants. The report does not recommend any further indictments, nor did the special counsel obtain any sealed indictments that have yet made public. Wow, everyone sounds incredibly guilty. Oh, this just in, Congress will do nothing. And now for your entertainment, please enjoy this video starring myself. Wake me up when September lands.
Good morning, QuakeCon. How's everybody doing today on day 3? All right. Well, we had a little Doom action up in my office. I don't know where that came from, but he looked ripped, man. Good for him. Anyways, it's the morning, so it's time for coffee or balls, whatever you're drinking. How's everyone doing? I'm your stream host this afternoon, morning, whatever time it is. It's all one big blur now. I gotta say, that helmet is really hot. Really, really hot. So, let's go over the schedule today, guys. And then if you have any questions, I'm actually watching the stream chat right now, so you guys can hit me up with any questions or comments that you want us to talk about before we move into our first event. So, what's happening right now in the Discord is Wake and Quake. So you guys can actually get in there, start playing some Quake Live together, and going at it. It looked like a snug fit. Look, I think Doom Guy has a lot of muscles, and it takes a lot of work to get squeezed into a helmet like that. Okay, so right after this, we're going to have Doom 2, The Last Marine Standing. Basically, we're going to have teams to see how far they can get. Basically, like how long can you survive this? And then, moving on from there, we're going to go on to a Fallout 76 Dweller Drop, hosted by our good friend, Chad, from Fallout 76 Podcast. Long story short, he's going to have players trying to fall onto a target, and whoever gets closest to the target wins. It's actually quite hilarious if you've ever gotten to see anything like it before. Before I get on there, here let's bring up our Discord information. We'll just put it right down here for you guys here in a second. So make sure you join in for that. As well, we'll talk about our charities. I believe right now we're up to about $12,000. We'll do that after the Discord information. It's got the old Mega Match in there. That's okay. We'll put the Wake and Quake Quake Live stuff on. Following that, we're going to have a giant watch party. We're going to go head over to the Bethesda. We're going to raid them, QuakeCon style, and see what's going on at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then at 3 p.m. Eastern, we have Return to Castle Wolfenstein Finals. And it's going to be hosted by our good buddy Tosspot. It's going to be, this is the Battle Royale. It's epic, okay? It's going to be America versus Europe. Yes, you heard that right. Who's going to win? Stars and Stripes or everyone else? I don't know. And then from there, we're going to go right into the worst, most disgustingest thing of this entire event, and that's the Dirty Keyboard Contest. Yes, we're still doing it this year, and we still need contestants. So make sure you take a short video and upload it into the Discord channel room that says Dirty Keyboard Contest, so our editors can do it. Get in there and do it. You have by 10 a.m. So right after this, when we start Doom 2 Last Marine Standing, you need to get your stuff in. There are keyboards sponsored by Corsair. I think one of them is a K65 Pro, or the big one. We have a K65. I know that for sure. We have a K60. We have some solid pricing for it. So make sure you jump in there and go win some prizes, because there's a lot of swag and prizes that are to be won. And then we're also going to watch the very finale of the Quake finals. We're going to kind of raid over there. Yes, 10 a.m. Central. Sorry, that is 11 a.m. Eastern to put your Dirty Keyboard Contest in. I'm in Texas time, unfortunately. Then we have our good buddy Tech Talk. Tech Talk. We have our good buddy. Let's see. I need coffee. It's way too early for this, right? Hang on. Cheers. It's strong. We have our good buddy Tech Daddy, who's going to be hosting our annual Tech Talk. He's going to go over anything hardware related. He's going to go over mods, because he's part of the modders group as well. Any questions you may have, what's happening in the scenes these days. It's always a blast having Tech Daddy on stream and in person when he's got his stuff to talk about. Following that, at 6 p.m. ESO this evening, we're going to have ESO Lawn Darts. So, very similar to Dweller Drop, we're going to have groups of contestants. They're basically going to fall off a cliff and try to hit a target on the ground, and whoever gets closest to the target wins. It's quite hilarious watching people, jump to their crazy virtual death. Then at 7 p.m., we have a very special edition of Fallout 76 Junkashine Run. It's the Xbox edition. Yes, I know. QuakeCon used to be primarily PC gaming. That ain't the case anymore. As you may know, Bethesda has been acquired by Microsoft and Xbox, and they're our friends, and we welcome them into our Quake home. We're all a big giant family now, so let's say hi, Xbox, we love you, and we want to bring them into it. They are part of us now. Our disruptive craziness. So yeah, that'll be fun watching the Xbox crew guys doing the actual Junkashine like last night, sorry. And then we're going to have the Quick Draw Duel Finals hosted by our good friend Kitty. She also goes by Quake Angel or Advika. I can never pronounce that correctly, but she is going to be fantastic. She's hosting our finals on that. And it's been a really good set of matches so far. If you've had the ability to watch, it's been really close, like nail-biting close. And then finally, we're going to finish off the evening with Mega Match Quake Live. That's right, folks. Everyone's favorite, Quake Live. So we're going to have 64 players, I think it's 64, in a server, and it's going to be nuts. So it's fun. Jump in there, go kill some things, enjoy yourself. And then, of course, we have the Fairly Late Show tonight, hosted by our good friends over at The Knock. You can also catch out their Twitch. I'll post it here in a second. It's twitch.tv/QC Knock. If you're missing the blinky lights, hey, guess what? They got you covered. They got your packets ascending. So make sure you go over there, share some love, hit them a follow. Yeah, and say, thanks for making the internet work, guys. We really appreciate it. But that's not all. We also have a lot of stuff going on in the Discord. We're going to have the annual story time. We're going to have everyone kind of jump into a giant room of Discord and just kind of do like a round robin. Tell us your funny stories. Tell us your jokes. What's going on? And then we're also going to have the QuakeCon homebrew finale. Yeah, so if you haven't been paying attention to that either, I highly suggest you do. So our contestants are basically literally building games throughout this weekend based on a theme that was given to them. And they're going to actually stream it. And these are working games that you can play. So go check out the Discord room for QuakeCon Homebrew. And then, who doesn't like balls? Who doesn't like balls? Everyone likes balls, right? Everyone likes balls. So make sure you can also jump in and play balls with friends. Hey, do you like putt-putt golf? Do you like balls? Go play balls with friends. And make sure you can get that nice discount from QuakeCon if you go buy some balls. We also have Cards Against Humanity tabletop. It gets pretty raunchy in there, so we can't throw that one on the stream. But if you've ever gotten to play with it, it's a fun game. And then finally, we're going to wrap up the stuff this evening in Discord with the PetCon and MS Paint daily contests. PetCon, you just see Soda Pop earlier. He's chilling right now, sunbathing. Cards Against Humanity is going to be at 9 p.m. Eastern. And that's located in the Discord. PetCon, don't forget to take pictures. We're going to have contests of who has the coolest picture of their pet. And it can be more than just dogs and cats. We have had reptiles submitted. I personally like to see snakes, bearded dragons, and maybe if anybody has a gecko, that'd be pretty legit. So let's see your pets. I want to see them. They're cute and adorable. And the MS Paint Data Contest, it's going to be kind of randomized. They're going to give you a theme, and we're going to see who has the best MS painting skills. And then finally, there's the Quake Live Hot Seat, hosted by our fantastic friend, and we love him so much, Sponge. So jump in there. Hot Seat's a blast if you've ever gotten to play. It's stressful fun. It's hard to describe, but you basically go in there and it changes. I can't describe it. You just have to go play it for yourself. Go jump in there. It's a lot of blast. Then tell Sponge you love him because he's put a lot of work and effort into that. And that'll wrap up today's events. So I'm going to open it up to you, beautiful people. If you have any questions or if you have any topics you want to talk about, let's go. I'm all yours now. What you got? So I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Consolers can now chug balls too. Agreed. Death says, I miss everyone. I miss you guys too. You know what? Here's my hug. It's so nice. You too can hug QuakeCon if you go to the Bethesda merchandise, the QuakeCon merchandise, and grab yourself a QuakeCon pillow. Yeah, you can actually see the BYOC see the sounds. You could hear the sounds of the BYOC on the QuakeCon knock, so you feel like you're right at home. Let me see. I'm going to go down the list here. How is Chonky Soda Pop? He is Chonky boy. I wanted to bring in the other animals, but my other two pets, I have two of them. I have a dog named Memphis, and she's a full She's a big Rottweiler, like muscular. And then I have little boy Jack, who's he's 15 this year, and he's a Bichon Poodle mix, and he literally looks like a teddy bear. But he's sleeping right now, and I don't want to wake him because he needs his beauty sleep. Do you like turtles? I love turtles. I like turtles. I like turtles a lot. What else do we have? I'm gonna drink some more coffee. I'm gonna say hi to everybody. Do you like my beautiful landscape behind me? It's nice and green because I am located in Texas and it is hot. It's pretty hot, so stay hydrated. Make sure you guys are drinking plenty of water. Staying hydrated, enjoying yourselves. Make sure you actually eat. It is a beautiful green screen. It is a beautiful green screen. Well, until you guys ask more questions or make more comments, I will answer this because this was asked of me yesterday. Did I wear deodorant? Yes, and you should too. And to prove it, here's mine right here. Yeah. See that? Yeah. I'm not sure if I can see this. Hang on one second. There it is. There it is. Yes. Let it focus. Focus. Focus, you. There it goes. Okay. So make sure you're wearing your deodorant. Working on water and food now. Texas fam. Yes, we are Texas fam. But I have to fly all over the world for my job, so I consider myself, kind of a little piece of everybody. So, yeah, I'm getting screamed at in my ear to make sure to push the merch. So here, of course, you're seeing the beautiful threads that I'm wearing. You can get yourself a nice cozy hoodie, so you can cuddle up in that cold BYOC with it while you're holding your QuakeCon pillow. And you can get a nice keychain. This is like a nice flight tag. Yeah, I know I'm going to keep on mine because you can't lose your keys if you have this on. As well, we have this year our very special edition enameled pin. It is really nice, actually. And you know what? You need a good place to store it. Don't forget to snag yourself a nice corkboard pin. Yes, that right there will help you keep track and stack, all of your pins in order. And it's QuakeCon. See? I see a question that says, what's on the back of my chair? Oh, yeah, just this is a QuakeCon towel. QuakeCon 2021 towel. Do you want one? But there's only one way you can get one at this point, and that's by being in the Discord and participating in the contests and events. So, yeah, make sure you're jumping in there so you could win a towel. It's really nice. Oh, so I'm getting told that we have the Death Claw mountable head is available today. Hello. If you need some wall art, that sounds legit. Yeah, don't forget, Steampunk has a very solid point. There is a QuakeCon sale. So if there's any games that you've been eyeballing but just haven't pulled the trigger on, now's the time to do it. I think there is even a bundle that you can get, so you can get a lot of games for a really cheap price. It is a golf towel, so when I go play golf, terribly, I'm not great at it. I'll play balls with friends. I have something to keep the sweat off my clubs. I misheard that. So I got someone talking into my ear. What kind of statue are we talking about? Oh, the Archvile's statue is also being released today, so make sure you guys check that out as well. Tomorrow is when it's getting pushed out. And don't forget to also check out the other streams. There's the Bethesda stream that's going to be happening today throughout the day. And same with the Quake Championship that's happening as well. You can watch it on both Xbox from Twitch or the Quake channel on Twitch. Good morning, Harley. How are you? It's good to see your name. Oh, man. It looks like the Wake and Quake servers are spun up and ready to go. So make sure you guys load up Quake Live and get in there and start fragging. It's nothing like waking up to Wake and Quake. And thank you, Steam, for putting that in there. To join, all you got to do is bring down the console and type /connect ql.quakecon.community, and it'll load you right in. So what else do we have? Oh, I know you guys are tired, but come on. This is supposed to be like the day. What, did you guys stay up all night playing games? Come on. I thought you were gamers. I thought you can handle this. Ooh, Harley says he's fragging some heads, but he's working on a secret QuakeCon cosplay project. All right, you've piqued my interest. You have piqued my interest. So, I'd like to see that. If you could put it in Discord whenever it's complete, I'd like to see that. If anybody has any cosplay, you should totally post it in the Discord. That'd actually be pretty cool to watch and see everyone's cosplay. What have you guys enjoyed so far? What has been your favorite event? For me, so far, it's been Mega Matches because it's kind of ad-libbed. We're not great shoutcasters. We just kind of, go with it. But Mega Match and the Fairly Late Show, those right now are my two favorites. If I had to have two children that I love the most right now, it's them. I know you're not supposed to love your child, one more, but you know how it is. You always have one good child, one bad child. It's just how it is. I'm the good child. My brother, he's the bad one, so. I'm sorry, Harley. I didn't mean to get you confused there, but I'm still really curious in it. Pete Hines and Doggos. Ooh. Dog meat. That'd be nice. So what else do we got? Do we have any questions? What do you guys got? I want to hear something. Well, I mean, otherwise you're going to just watch me sit here and drink coffee until you guys are asking stuff. I see 69 viewers. We're going to keep it right there. Don't anyone leave. Don't anyone join. Don't let anyone else join. I'm just going to keep it right there on that number. Coffee. So good. So good. I'm drinking mine black because that's the way to drink it. That's not true. You drink your coffee however you want. Chug the balls, DP. Do it. Okay, so Dark Shadow knows this, but not a lot of people do. Unfortunately, I've had to really cut back on my energy drinks. I'm dealing with some health stuff, and my doctor said, sorry, that was fine. I heard something really funny in my headset, but I can't really drink balls anymore, unfortunately. So I'm going to live vicariously through you guys, but I can drink coffee as long as I drink it black, nice and strong. I will say, though, I will spoil myself every now and then. Okay, don't tell anyone this. Please. This is our secret between me and chat, okay? I really like pumpkin spice lattes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm a basic bitch. It's okay. I admit it. I'm a basic bitch. PSL gang rise up. We are strong. I actually have a PSL Life mug that was given to me by a friend. And I drink it every time it's PSL season, which is right around the corner. Yes, I count down. It's one particular coffee company gets a lot of money from me during that time. But I'm not here to judge. I have one friend that says PSL doesn't count as real coffee, and I disagree with him. I think he's asleep right now, so I can talk smack about him. Oh, now I'm being told I have multiple friends that hate me about it. But I don't care. PSL life. You do you, fam. Caramel frappe or die. If it's not PSL time, I will totally down a nice caramel drink, either a caramel latte, caramel frappe. Um, to me, a caramel frappe is basically diabetes in a cup, and it's so good. How many QuakeCons have I been to? Oh man, my math is really bad. I've been going since 2006. I want to say it's just under 15 years now. I don't know. Someone do the math. My math is bad. Um, but yeah, I started in 2006. That was the first year at the Anatole. And it was kind of last minutely scrubbed together, whereas the BYOC, the exhibit hall, and the tournament were all literally in the same room. And I thought, me going to my first LAN party ever, I thought that was the norm. And I was like, oh, this is cool. Um, oh, '06, so it is 15 years. See, I stopped counting. Math is hard. It's because I don't know new math. I can't count. Math is hard. But yeah, sorry, I was answering something. Uh, that first year, also Doom Quake 4 was very big that year. I think it had came out the year before, and everyone was still getting into it. So that was my first dip into it. Same with Quake 3. Um, there was this. I remember the main stage of that as well. I also want to talk about one big year. My first year, I started volunteering. The first year, I actually got into QuakeCon because I had a friend. You may know him, Colonel Pancake. I was going to call him Colonel Pancake. Colonel Panic. Um, he, me and him were in a clan together, a gaming clan, and he said, "You live in Texas, you should come check this out." So was like, "Okay," and it was he was a staff member. He was helping out and volunteering, and I kind of joined in that way. And then around 2008 or 9 is really when I started going hardcore staff. Whereas I went more for volunteering and staff membering, and rather than gaming. I probably, to me, I enjoy being a staff member because I get to work with all of my friends. I could not want anything less than that. It's stressful, yes, but gosh, I wouldn't have it any other way. Um, I'm really surprised that they still give me a BYOC seat because I hardly get time to sit in it. I am so running around having so much fun doing things, fixing problems. Um, yeah, but I do always. This is a thing of mine. If you ever get to see me, you'll watch me. I will set up a very specific period of time, a window, where I will sit at my station or where I'm seated at, which usually is on the knock right now, and I will not let anyone talk to me. I say, go away. This is my time. And it's usually in about an hour chunk, and I do it every day during the event. And I don't let anybody interrupt me. It's like, nope, go away. This is my time. I get an hour of gaming, so I get to play. You went to QuakeCon on a whim. Nice. That's the way to do it, man. Either with friends or just on a whim. Uh, Gosh, I remember the following years going to the what was it, the vendor hall, the expo hall, and this was back when it seemed like there was more swag. There's always a lot of swag, don't get me wrong, but at the time is everyone had the same swag, so you always had pins, you always had lanyards, t-shirts. There's always t-shirts to grab. Um, and what we used to do is they used to just throw it on the table. We used to just walk around and just grab it, and then you go back and you do another loop and you grab it, and then you go home with like buckets full of swag, and you're like, what am I going to do with all this? And then I just donate it. I would go to charities and just donate all the extra stuff I got. Good question is, what games are played at QuakeCon? Is everybody into Quake only? No, that is not the case. It is a cornucopia of gamers. You can literally play any game that's not sexual. Let me keep it that way. And yes, I mean any style of game. There's PC games, the whole gambit. There's Xbox consoles. You can bring a PlayStation in there too. Or Nintendo Switch, whatever you got. There's also board games. We have tabletop. We have an entire section. Say that again. I heard that in my ear. Hang on one second. I'll wait for him to catch up. Oh. I have no idea what that is. But anyway, sorry guys. Yeah, there's everything. We have a table. We have literally an entire section dedicated to tabletop, where it's board games. There's usually some big Dungeon and Dragon stuff going on, card games. I've seen chess and checkers being played. So there's also cosplay. There's cosplay. There's tournaments where you can play on PC and stuff. There's open tournaments, BYOC tournaments. There's literally the gambit is there. Anything goes, basically. Debug says, I blame cuffs for my attendance. That's an easy blame. That is an easy blame. We love cuffs. And in fact, I got to see Cuffs a few months ago. And I gave him a really nice big hug. It was good seeing Cuffs again. You do see a lot of Quake. Yeah, it is called QuakeCon. So we do like to go back to our roots and, play Quake. But we play everything like Doom. Play that all the time. Just sit and play Minecraft. Some people do. And, it's actually pretty cool. We do have some Minecraft servers. And the stuff people make within the weekend is ridiculous. One of these days, we're going to actually do that and go in there and take screenshots of what they do, because it's pretty impressive what they do in a weekend. Craziest memory of the BYOC. Man. Oh, man. So I'm getting... my buddy's whispering in my ear because, he showed up late. But he's asking to bring up Doom 2 Last Marine Standing. I did talk about it this morning because I woke up on time. But don't forget, we're about to do that. That's going to hit in right about 15 minutes or so. And just like yesterday, we're going to have contestants. We're going to have contestants kind of just go in there and go at it. So Steampunk asked me craziest memory of the BYOC. So I've been running the BYOC since 2000 and gosh, man, it's all one blur. I think I started picking it up around 2017. I want to say the craziest story that's safe for stream has been going around and seeing people sleep in the BYOC because we're not allowed. It's against fire code. That's the reason why you're not allowed to sleep in the BYOC. Is catching people sleeping in the weirdest angles and positions in the BYOC and poking them up and waking them up. It's always fun to say, hey, go to your room. Go take a nap. That'll be my safer stream one. Hit me up off stream if you want to hear some fun ones. I've never made it to an in-person event. Give me stories. Oh gosh, give me a topic on it, and I'll try to throw one at you. Yes, tabletop. Yeah. So a story about tabletop. I don't know how to play D&D. And the thing is the tabletop community is so open. Like they'll sit down and teach you if you have the time. They are very open. If there's any board games there that you don't know how to play or tabletop games, they will spend the time to sit there and teach you and not judge you. And that is the best part about it. And it's the same for anything going in that entire community of ours. If there's something you want to do, we will sit down and help you. We will teach you. Knew there was a safe and not safe for stream story. There's a lot of safe for stream and not safe for stream stories. Balls and pizza towers are always amazing. Oh, that's a good point. We had, what was it, in 2019, the last year we had an in-person event. We had Papa John's have an actual table in the BYOC, or right next to the BYOC. And they sold a ton of pizza. Well, of course, they got a lot of pizza boxes. We actually had, and somebody's going to have to find it, an entire wall, literally 10 feet tall by probably 10 feet long, stacked of pizza boxes. The poor Gaylord staff, they couldn't keep up. It was just too much pizza, way too much pizza. How about a third of the BYOC lost power when the generator ran out of gas? Oh man, I actually remember that. My PC was in that section, and it was really funny. And in situations like that, it totally sucks, but it's also kind of funny because it's just one of those like that only happens at a LAN party. So y'all remember the Vic full-size PC mod? I can't remember the years. I do remember that. I want to say that was in 2017-ish, right? Or maybe I'm wrong. First time I played D&D was at QuakeCon. Great. Me too. And I'm still not good at it. Now you play in your DM all the time. Fantastic. The Papa John's booth was great that year. We want them back. They loved us and we loved them. And I can tell you that it's kept in the back of our heads. Stuff like that is totally within the scope of doing it whenever we can have an in-person event again. I can say that without getting in trouble. Been waiting for Last Marine Standing in a pop-up QuakeCon channel for days. If you join in the Discord, the information is right below me. You can jump in and win. There are prizes for it. The pizza was clutch. Agreed. I'm a pepperoni pizza guy. That's me personally. And this is going to get a lot of hate in my ears for a second, because this question was asked yesterday. I love pineapple pizza. I love my Hawaiian pizza. It's pineapple, Canadian bacon, or ham, whatever you want to call it, and jalapenos. And oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's got the sweet and tangy. Sweet, tangy with a nice hint of spice on it. First time you play Cards Against Humanity, it was QuakeCon. Me too, actually. And it became such a culture shock. I'm asking for a poll about pineapple pizza because there's a lot of hate for it. Yes, pineapple on pizza is okay. I'm very curious how well the franchise made. Let's see here. I'm sorry, I got it's hard to hear for a second. First time I heard was when New Egg brought in breakfast. That was really cool. I love that. And it would be nice to see something like that again. Boov, hit me up. I want to see if we could do something like that next year. Just like my churro bar, that eventually will happen. One day. One can dream. The Pecos Pete's as well. Hey, don't forget Pecos Pete. We got a lot of love to him. It's not just a one soda event anymore. Pecos Pete has been killing it along with Balls. So big shout out to Pecos Pete as well. Pineapple pizza on pineapple pizza is amazing. Agreed. Add cinnamon to my Hawaiian. I'll try it. Okay, so I'm getting told to push the poll. Go vote. Why is this a question? That's a good one. Churro, man. It started as an inside joke during BYOC setup. I was like, man, let's just set up a churro bar. And for years now, I've been getting a lot of flack because I haven't had a churro bar set up. So one day, maybe one day we can get it. Churros on pizza? That sounds like a fantastic dessert pizza. Top craziest cosplay and craziest thing built, with or without cans. There is an event that's been happening every year, and I forget exactly what it's called, but it is when what is it? It is basically cosplay on a dime, budget cosplay or something, where they have trash cosplay contest. Thank you for that. I needed that. They have literally trash like boxes, tape, balls, cans, whatever it is. Shoestring cosplay. There we go. Thanks, Uplink. I appreciate that. And they put these. It actually turns out quite well. What they did. A lot of people like to do their Doom or Quake-based characters, but we've seen some interesting ones. One time, someone had a Rage character that was really good. I don't know exactly who it was, but it came out well. Your boyfriend ran the past 2 years. Nice. Don't forget the pajama party. Hey, man, that is one of those things. If you know, you know. And I'm about to tell you. So, usually around, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 p.m. or so, people like to kind of go in there and game with your just pajamas. It's a giant pajama party, you know. Might have a little pillow fight. It's all good. The Rage one was great. See? The Rage one was great. And I don't know who it was, but it was really good. I've also seen a really good Phobos. I've seen a really good Phobos as well. I'm gonna keep going until I'm being told that the Doom 2 Last Marine Standing people are good to go, because I want to give them enough buffer to get ready. So SF will yell in my ear whenever we're ready to cut. But in the meantime, I'm going to continue answering questions or talking stories. Let's talk about how about the QuakeCon pool party. So that's the thing. We've had QuakeCon pool parties. Normally the hotels have pools that we've been at, or water parks at the Gaylord. And sometimes we'll go, kind of crash the pool. It's actually a lot of fun being out there, getting our monthly bath in the pool together. Mm-hmm. Did you help unpack the 100+ pound box of large orange Q logo from the promo vid? Actually, I did. Every year I have to go up to the storage room and actually help with inventory count, and it's still there, and it still weighs a shitload. You miss the QuakeCon water park or pool parties? I do too. I can't wait to go back. Same thing with the elevator party. There's all kinds of little parties. Monthly. Are you supposed to take a bath monthly? Do you not? Oh, okay. Last chance, because it's coming to an end here. Any other quick questions? Because it's going to come to an end. I'm getting told I'm talking too much. Well, guys, it's been my pleasure to be with you guys throughout this weekend. I'm going to be quietly working behind the scenes the rest of this evening, but I cannot wait to see you guys online. Don't forget to check out the streams. Don't forget to check out our partner streams like the QC Knock, and keep, jump into Discord. Stay hydrated. Eat food. Take a shower. Go potty. Eat your pineapple on pizza. Drink coffee. Drink balls. Drink Pecos Pete's. Big special shout out to all of our sponsors. Don't forget to check out the charity as well. We're up to, I think, over $12,000. Go throw some money at it. I see a lot of hugs and thanks, DP. I wish I could hug every single one of you guys right now. I totally miss you guys. Hopefully, things will calm down with the COVID stuff, but we'll all keep an eye on it. We just want to have a safe event. So everyone, be patient. We're going to try to do more of these events throughout the year, so it's not just at QuakeCon. Hopefully we can have more streams like this. So I love you guys. Be safe, and take care of yourselves. And I'll see you guys around. It's been my pleasure to work with you guys, and it's been my real pleasure to work with the staff members. So make sure you tell them thank you for kicking ass this year. They earned it. Me, I get the easy job. I get to come on here and talk. It's these guys behind the scenes that you don't see right now that have been doing all of the heavy lifting and work. So make sure you thank them. I think that's going to be it. I think we're going to cut over. You guys are going to see the promo for Doom 2, unless I'm being told otherwise. Let's see here. I am going to... Give me 1 second. Oh. Okay, so I'm being told to do my outro. That was kind of my outro. But anyways, guys, if you can, try to help out with the donations. It really is going to some good charity events. And again, I cannot stress this enough. Tell the staff members how much you appreciate them. We've put a lot of work, time, literal blood, sweat, and tears, even virtually, into this event. And it's not easy. It's not easy, but we do it because we love you guys. We love this event. We love this community. So make sure you tell your staff members thank you for all of the work they've been doing, because it's been almost a year of work leading up to this point. Just under a year of work. So, okay. So there's the donations. We're up to 1,300. You guys have a blast. I'm getting told we're good to go. See you guys during the Doom 2 finale, and see you soon. Have fun. Bye, guys.
Now I'm ready.
Have fun. Transitioning to your event starting soon now.
Good morning, QuakeCon community. I am Zanero, your host for Last Marine Standing, a Doom 2 Hell on Earth event powered by the source port Odomex and run by your friends in the multiplayer Doom Federation. Today, we're going to show you just how fast Doom 2 Hell on Earth can be when you put 6 Doom guys in a room and tell them that only 2 can walk out. But before we get into the meat of the event, allow me to introduce my co-host, K. Blair, another longtime Doom player for the rules of Last Marine Standing.
Hey, Zanaro, glad to be here on this nice Saturday morning. So, last Marine Standing. Obviously, not a standard mode anyone is used to, so let me go over the rules real quick for this. So, out of the 9 teams in the event, each match is going to consist of 3 teams with 2 players each, and they will play for 5 rounds. Now, those matches will cycle through a predetermined list of 5 maps, and you see them cycling on the screen here, 1 per round. Each of these 5 rounds are going to have a maximum of 5 minutes on the clock for teams to duke it out. And each player will have 5 lives to live out during these rounds. And lastly, in the event of a tie, of the 5-minute mark, tiebreakers are set in motion that will determine a winner, first by how many players and lives remain for each team, and then by total team. And now, the settings on this server are going to be a little, not something you are used to in classic Doom. We have jumping and free look, so if the Doom guy looks up, do not panic. We also have friendly fire, which is something that is not standard for team games in Doom, so you might see a lot of team frags here, and a team frag is -1 frag, and it's -1 life, so, something you really want to avoid. And now, let's throw it over to Zanero, because we have some great charities that need your help.
Thank you, Blair. And like the main channel for QuakeCon, we're taking part in a donation campaign where you can donate to a number of charitable organizations, including Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, the Trevor Project, UNICEF, Dallas Pets Alive, and Four Paws International. So if you're interested in any of those, head over to quakecon.bethesda.net and follow the charities link up at the top of the webpage for more information. Appreciate everything you guys can do. But enough about that. For now, we got 9 hungry teams ready to compete, so let's get into server and start these games up. Blair, are you ready to broadcast Last Marine Standing?
Yes, I am, and looking forward to this all week. We got 9 great teams, 3 starting out here in this first matchup.
All right, let's get in there. And once that feed kicks over too, you should be starting to see the game itself, where teams are starting to practice up and get ready for the first round, where you see 2 players on each team, and we'll be getting into it in short order. Ask them real quick.
Yeah, this first matchup has a couple of Doom veterans on here. This obviously they will be favored in this matchup. Looking at Dastin and Ninja Dog. Dastin fresh off a World Doom League win a couple weeks ago, so congratulations to Dastin.
Indeed, we have a lot of Titans from Doom 2 competitive circles in this event today, and they'll be competing pretty heavily for the final round. As Blair had mentioned, the teams ahead at the end of the 5-map rotation will move on to the final match. We're just waiting for them to indicate that they're ready, and give them another little reminder.
Yeah, the best thing you can do here is not let anything phase you. You have 5 rounds, this initial matchup to get some wins going. Oh, and it looks like we're starting already.
That's right, teams are ready, teams are hungry, and round 1 is beginning. At the beginning of each map, teams have about 5 seconds to grab whatever they can and go for broke. And you have to be careful with the BFG Rust King doing amazing work with the BFG 9000, that cone doing immense damage, but can also have the capability of taking out your teammate as well.
Absolutely, requires a lot of coordination to use that BFG. We see Dastin coming back with his own BFG run, taking out 4 players.
Watching Alufoli, 91 of the red team, And players are, in fact, red team is out of lives. You can see the total life count on the right side of the screen. All nice and color-coded for you. Currently, only one player remains on green team. And the boys in blue have 3 lives to spare while their last life remains for Ninja Dog.
Dire straits for Ninja Dog. He needs about 1 kill and 2 spawn frags in order to win this one. There's no health for him to get. Can't get that BFG. This is tough. But we actually have item respawn, so he can wait for stuff to respawn if he can stay far away enough.
The time is the name of the game. There is a generous 5-minute timer. But as things stand, if the 5-minute timer does elapse with this life count, then blue will win by default. But there's a great angle held by Ninja Dog, a spawn behind him. He gets a spawn, and now it's 1 life against 1 life.
Ninja Dog might bring this back. No!
And great work from Rust King to secure the first map of our series here.
Whew, man, he took his time, Rust King did, with that last kill, or that last life for Ninja Dog. You know, Ninja Dog did a good job. He delayed it long enough to give him, you know, bring him down to 1 life, but yeah, that BFG, too strong.
And players will need to ready up for the second map in our 5-map series of the first match. But the variety of maps ahead of us allow for teams to pull ahead and switch up their strategies, even if they are down in a couple different rounds. But weapons are unlocked now, and map 2 begins at the first match of Last Marine Standing. Hope everyone at home is enjoying this Doom 2 gameplay.
This is from Green War map 2, classic map. All these players know this map well. Probably not for TDM though.
Yeah, a lot of mayhem happening in this far corner of the map. I mean, the map is structured a lot like a maze. Lots of hard cover for teams to take. One player on the red team is already out of lives. And BeanieBot is the last player left on red. Playing far away might be a great strategy for him at the moment.
Yeah, BeanieBot trying his hardest to stay alive here. Dastin already out of lives again.
Yeah, Ninja Dog, the last player remaining on green team as well. A formidable player in his own right, but blue team, Rust King and Wrangler rather.
Oh, double kill.
A collateral is something you love to see. It was a Super Shotgun in Doom. The Super Shotgun is capable of bringing down a Doom guy with a full blast unless they have blue armor and or a Soul Sphere in their possession. Right now, it looks like another 1v1 between Rust King and Ninja Dog of blue and green teams, respectively.
And you love these late game scenarios. You know, it just turns into a 1v1 between 2 teams at the end. I love it.
And that quiet is not something you hear very often in Doom. Duel, deathmatch, capture flag, whatever. But team's trying to play this very tactically. Ninja Dog looking for an angle of which to approach his opponent. But it's tough when the opponent has their back to the wall. Rockets might help here for Ninja Dog to at least flush him out. Even if it does reveal his position, it would force Rust King to move. But that doesn't happen. Rust King takes the advantage. He knows he's up on lives. Every player can also see this HUD on the side. Rust King delaying his respawn by a second in order to throw off that natural rhythm that a lot of great players tend to have in Doom 2. And Rust King delivers the final blow, and blue team will take another round.
Yeah, that's D-Babs sitting pretty after 2 rounds, 2 wins. Plex, who was a favorite going into this one, and as you look at the frags, they have 14 frags, but it does not matter. The lives matter. They have nobody alive, so you can't win if you're not alive. That's very simple.
So, you know, yeah, it's pretty easy thing to explain. And this map here, I don't know, Blair, what's your opinion on this map compared to the last 2 we've seen?
So this is from Vex Doom Map 2. This is a map from the late Toke. This is a very classic map. It was actually in Skull Tag. You know, I'm going back probably 10 years for that. So, you know, this is a map every single one of these players knows. And I think it's going to give us an interesting match. Jumping in free look makes it different, too.
I'm going to start off watching the champion the last 2 rounds, Rust King. Spawning off, grabbing that plasma. Probably the loudest weapon in Doom history.
Oh, we hear it. Oof.
Oof. If you're not awake, you are now. Switching over to Ninja Dog 4. He's taking up a corner, and that's a great little shimmy from a blue player there, which Ninja Dog swings around and grabs before being traded out by a player from the red team. Alufoli is already out of lives, leaving his teammate to fend for himself, while the other 2 teams are trading blows. Blue and green dropping below 7 lives. I'm going to switch over to Wrangle, who's another player on the blue team. Remember, their team is ahead 2 points. If they secure another round, blue team will advance to the finals, but teams will, regardless, play all 5 maps. Because, you know, we see things through to the end here in Doom 2 Hell on Earth.
Yeah, gotta have a chance to redeem yourself. And that is another easy win for blue team. So they will secure this game. They'll move on to the finals.
And be that as it may, I mean, you know, great work from red and green. The players that consist of the green team, Ninja Dog and Dastin, are formidable players, but this is, you know, team last Marine standing. It's, you know, you got a lot of factors to play through. Be it friendly fire or teams ganging up on you, or, you know, you gotta make the best of every spawn you get. And this map here is Uni Doom Deathmatch 2. Another compilation deathmatch pack from many years ago, but it makes for a great last Marine standing map. And those the tiered format of this map allows for a lot of hard to be utilized. In fact, Team Blue is taking up the outside spot here, kind of a choke point. Teams can't spawn next to you, but they will not have a weapon to use. And we're going to switch over to a player from red, Alufoli 91.
Yeah, during that weapons free, both blue players just went outside and took the blue armors. There's 2 blue armors outside, they just took it.
So
pretty good strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that blue armor does reduce their incoming damage by 50%. A great item to grab, especially as players move up those tiers from below with the BFG 9000. Good rocket work from Alufoli 91 there. Teams with pretty even lives, blue with 5, all teams with 5 lives as of that moment anyways. But lives are dropping pretty fast here as only a minute has gone by in this map.
Yeah, there's 2 like areas of the map. The outside has armor, make you stay alive. And then the other side of the map has plasma and BFG, which, I mean, needs no introduction and how easy it is to kill things. So you want to control one or the other.
And blue team is actually knocked out here. Green walks away with a victory there, as Wrangler tried to secure a weapon.
So Plex with the moral victory. They have such high frags, but if you can't stay alive, it means nothing.
Yeah, the title is Last Marine Standing, not, you know, who has the most eggs on their belt.
Yeah.
And the final map of this rotation, Blair, why don't you give this map initial?
This is Chill 3. That's made by, I believe, Ralphus, as a part of a WAD that came out in 2011. So this is a very new school WAD as we start here. With jumping, you can actually jump to this SSG. Before, you would have to use a lift to grab it. That's one activated there.
And the plasma also is triggered by the same switch. So 2 different options are revealed to you from the same switch that would lower the super shotgun. You get to pick between the plasma rifle or the super shotgun.
No BFG on this map, so your teammate is safe.
I mean, well, let's use safe as a relative term here. Because you still have rockets, we still have a lot of super shotgun work. No luck there for Olafoli, who really does need to grab a weapon before wading out into the main area, as some players eat a rocket, and Dastin almost actually lit up his teammate with a rocket right out of that corner. Having some restraint for your teammate is always appreciated in a format where friendly fire is enabled.
Yes, you cannot shoot first and then look at team colors later. That is something that was a winning strategy.
And green team already having vanquished the blue players. Now it's down between red and green for the final map in the first match. If you came in late for this one, don't worry. We got 2 more matches before the final match. The winners of each of these 3 preliminary matches will move on to the finals.
Just a ninja dog there. I was wondering why I wasn't shooting him until I realized that was his teammate.
And
he finishes it off.
This is why we don't let Blair near any firearms. His teammate is just not safe.
And that'll wrap up round 5. So D-Bab won 3 rounds, and Plex won 2 rounds. So
I give Green a point there, but we're gonna switch back to 0 count for both teams, and get the next match on the screen.
Yep, I believe King Dime will be making an appearance as a participant in one of these teams.
I say round 2, but I really meant match 2. You know, it's rounds, matches, you know, it's tough. Players are joining, and we'll be getting them in a second. This part does take a minute or 2, so if you're looking to grab some water, coffee, especially coffee if you're on the West Coast like myself, be sure to go grab that real quick before the action gets underway for the second match of this 4-match event. Hopefully everyone at QuakeCon is doing well, been enjoying the events, enjoying the announcement of the Quake remaster. It's great work from Night Dive Studios on the port issued for Quake 1 with all the additional content. Be sure to check that out. A lot of the Night Dive crew are staples of the Doom community. Kaiser and crew. Love to see works that they come out with.
Yep, huge Night Dive fan. I love their port of Doom 64. That's terrific.
All right, and it looks like we have all the teams for round 2 in, ready to roll. We are a well-oiled machine here at Doom 2 Hell on Earth. And again, if you're interested in playing Doom 2 multiplayer, if you're surprised that we got multiplayer rolling, well, we have a hub called the Multiplayer Doom Federation. Pop that into Google and join the fun. We host a lot of different events. One of id Software's greatest titles.
Yep, you'll need a copy of Doom 2, but just in luck, on Steam, during QuakeCon, Doom 2 is on sale, so grab that while it's cheap.
We'll be getting into match 2, the first round. Weapons unlocked in 1. We'll be starting off watching Ralphus from Team Fireblue, a Doom veteran in his own right, and a Capture the Flag veteran. But can he hold his own in Team Last Marine Standing?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here. King Dime played his first WDL season this season. He played pretty well. He was on the team that won it all.
Oh, I tried to switch to Dime, but he's already out. He's out of lives.
Caster's Curse.
Ugh.
I say as he tanks 5 SSG shots in a row.
More like King Dead. Got him. Team life counts are pretty even. I mean, they're at the red line right now.
Ralphus can use his BFG. Actually, all team members can use the BFG without any scruples because all their teammates are dead. It's a 1v1v1 now.
Ooh, that respawn hurt Ralph pretty hard. There is a forced respawn setting of 3 seconds, so you can't just sit being dead, but Ralph was quickly eliminated by 2 unlucky spawns near Hivixurk. And now it's going to be between Do and Hivixurk, and that Berserk pack replenishes his health back to 100. So he's refreshed, ready to go. Now it's up to Do to vanquish the player that knocked out the blue team, but he is unable to. Red will take the first map.
Some nice moves by Hivixurk. He, kitted up before he went for that kill. And obviously it worked out for him. He took the first game for his team. Or the first round, I should say.
Next with 10 frags, that's pretty hefty. So that's definitely a player you want to try to eliminate first. And both teams are probably taking note of that real quick, hot off the first map, as we look at map 2 of the second match rather.
Yeah, theoretically, teams can, gang up on one teammate or another just because of how the rounds are shaping out. I don't think we'll see it because it requires a lot of communication.
And
but
for those
just an interesting thing to note.
For those who are at home who are looking at the scoreboard and being like, why are the names turning green? Well, before a map begins, teams do ready up. They press a key on the keyboard indicating they're ready, and the match will begin when all players have initiated that. But now we're into round 2. And it gives teams a little bit of time to strategize before each map, like, hey, what are we going to do about this? It's definitely a staple of organized competition, which many of these players are familiar with. And Victor running up behind a player on green and blasting him in the back. Movement is key on Green War map 2.
And I'm noticing Fireblue likes to stay at the bottom of the map together with his teammate.
Yeah, Desico and Ralphus picking up that bottom corner, which we saw so much mayhem in the first match. Letting the other teams frag it out. In fact, it's paying off greatly in their favor. 7-2-1. That's an overwhelming advantage, having only lost 3 lives so far. And locking down that back corner spawn, I mean, that's unlucky for Team Red, but they are out of map 2. And it's all but assured that Fire Blue will advance to map 3 with 2 points. And that's... But Blair, we've seen... How many upsets have we seen over the many decades of Doom competition? Well, not this one, but...
We've seen a lot of upsets. However, King Dime was literally... his back was up against the cliff right there. Though that's pretty hard to come back to. But, yeah, it looks like Fire Blue is on the board along with SC. 1-1. King Dime and Dew still need to get on the board here. They need to win one of these maps here.
And you may ask, what happens if we get to the final match and we have a 2-2-2-1 situation? Well, then we'll tie break it based off frags, which K Blair is screenshotting the end of the board, and we'll be comparing those. If that comes to it, but these teams are readying up for match 3. And we'll be getting underway here in a couple of seconds. And then teams are going to scramble for weapons again before they're able to fire. No early BFG grab here. But there's a lot of action up top on the top of the map. And I haven't seen too much friendly fire happening. Have you, Blair?
No, I'm seeing teams... like, especially Desico, I just saw him aim at Ralphus and then stop. Because it's such a reaction that you just want to blast whoever you see. So it's definitely a thing these players have to learn on the fly.
We're going to be watching someone named Nate, who is out of lives. His teammate is the only one left with 3 lives. Coincidentally, so we're at another 1v1v1. And the lives counts are pretty even, 3-2-2. Watching Ralph, whose team came off map 2 with a win. And he takes every valuable second of that respawn timer to not hopefully respawn directly in the crosshairs of another player.
You got 3 seconds of leeway there to play around with. 1 life each for each of these players. This could be anybody's game.
Again, keep your eyes on the right side of the screen where that small number, that's how many lives left are total for every team. So it's a great little miniature version of the scoreboard. And blue team is out of the running with King Dime, 5 health. Oh, and he got peppered from far away by Havixerk, who brings another point home for Team Red.
Yeah, nice job by Havixerk by counting the health on there. He just had like a long-range SSG shot, just little click, and he's dead.
Yeah, each pellet in Doom does 5, 10, or 15 damage. So if you're at 5 health, they are Any hit will drop you.
So Team Red, they got 2 wins on the board. They need 1 more to secure it and secure their final round berth.
And again, if you're just joining us, well, you're in for a treat because we have not only this match, we have one more preliminary match before the final match. The winner of this will advance to the finals, and right now it could be Team Red if they lock this one down in map 4, the 4th map of 5 in match 2. And Ralph getting a great frag right off of the BFG.
Oh!
Almost BFG's Desico. His teammate, Friendly Fire, is on. You gotta be careful with that gun.
That was just self-defense by Desico. He killed Ralphus after Ralphus was about to kill him.
At the bottom of your screen, you will see the player we are watching, in this case, Vixirk. And now we're switching over to Do, one of the members of Green Team who doesn't have any points on the board, so they gotta get a strategy together. They have to start working together and try to lock down their own corner of the map. It's a pretty valid strategy for at least what we saw here last time. Players were locking down outside there, where we just saw Desico peek out. And there are multiple players outdoors. Both Green outside, they got a strategy. Can they hold that outdoor area? Do with blue armor. Again, blue armor does reduce incoming damage by half. Very valuable.
Let's looking for a sneak attack kill here. Oh man, blue team.
And blue is out of the running. Vixirk with 1 life. And he gets blasted. A great vantage point to watch one of the routes you can come from the BFG side. So Green now has a point on the board. And this is the most even match we've seen so far.
Yep, last round, every team is in it still. So this is going to be very interesting. Who's going to win this last one?
Yeah, we'll be going into a tiebreaker if blue or green wins this final map.
Very even matchup. These the team kills really is a great equalizer because nothing was about skill involved with killing your teammate who's right next to you. Like anybody at any skill level can do that.
We've watched people, veterans of the game, start to blast each other last night during practice runs. People were just laying waste to everything that moved. It's common knowledge that Doom players' reaction time is based on movement. So we're like Tyrannosaurus Rex over here.
Just conferring with the players, they're like, "Who's ahead?" It's like I don't know who's ahead. We haven't calculated it yet.
Okay, I see you in the comments. So Blair is on top of things. We have players ready for round 5. So, but during each match, all players will play the entire map list.
Yep, even if you're out of it or not, you still play. Play for glory.
And currently, red is down in lives. Currently, with green in the lead with 9 lives left. Red is almost out of competition already. Vixirk with 1 life left. And trying to make the chain gun work, but to no avail. Red is out, which means we'll be seeing a tiebreaker between green and blue.
6 lives to 5. This is going to be so close. Do 1 frag away from being out of this.
And Do playing from Czechoslovakia. We have players from all over the world competing in almost every event we run. Doom is a worldwide sensation.
Of course he means the Czech Republic.
I've been playing a little bit too much of Hearts of Iron. It's my fault.
Easy mistake. And it turns into a 1v1 yet again.
Yeah, 2 lives on blue, 3 lives on green. Blair's going to do some quick math in the when we get the final count. So
yeah, stay tuned for that to figure out the winner.
Oh, math is hard.
However, whoever loses this one is out, like guaranteed out, because these last teams only have one win.
That's correct.
So it'll be a tiebreaker between red team and whoever wins this one. King
Ooh,
Dime
Dime
one
with
frag away.
That's a rough spawn. Dime has to get away, get a weapon. And get a strong weapon, too, to try to get a spawn frag directly after this. He's got the chain gun.
Oh, can he do it?
Ralph with 44 health. That armor bonus helped him momentarily. 24, 14, and
he got it.
Down he goes. King Dime doing great work for his team and putting them on the board for a tiebreaker setup. Now, it's going to be up to resident mathematician, co-caster extraordinaire, K-Blair to tally those frags. Get to work.
All right, let's take a look-see.
If you're just joining us, the tiebreaker is, well, I mean, you know, in a 5-map setup, if teams do end up with the same amount of wins at the end of it, our tiebreak setup is, well, what's the total frags for each team up to that point? And that will determine who will move on to the finals. Yep, and there are players who have been paying attention to the 8 trillion highlights I've been giving them all day, who are, we'll turn messages back on, but the reason we have messages off is because the chat sound can get overwhelming from the spectators. And we like to give you the hearty action of the double barrel shotgun. What's up?
I don't have the screenshot for Green War, so we have to log into the server in order to get that stat line.
Okay, well, it's okay. These things happen.
What union labor? What are you gonna do?
Man, I'll tell you what. What? Why are we paying you? You can't even get the screenshots.
Oh, my employer says the same thing.
Again, thank you for joining us for some precious time out of your Saturday in this QuakeCon community stream. Showing you some Doom 2 Hell on Earth action with some modern multiplayer participants. Doom 2 multiplayer is alive and well. And shockingly, yeah, the players can aim up and down, but some players choose to disable free look, so they have that perfectly horizontal aim and allow the engine's natural auto aim to do the work vertically for them. It's a personal choice. There's no inherent advantage in between having auto aim and having free look. All a question of preference. Typically, team-based modes allow for the switch between free look and auto aim, and allow for jumping, while usually a lot of dual setups are strictly old school. No looking up and down, no jumping. Currently a slight delay for the third match. That's why you still see match 2 scores on the stream, and that nothing's happening in the game, at least nothing permanent. Teams warming up and stretching their ligaments. Be sure to take care of yourself, get water, stand up every so often. Take a walk, it's good for you. Keeps you fit for competition. You gotta take care of yourself before you can take care of your team. Health is important.
Alright, so King Dime's team has 38.
We'll change the upper right tallies to reflect the third round, which will be underway soon. Blair is adding the numbers now to determine our match 2 winner.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. They both have 38 frags.
Huh. I planned for a frag tie. What do you suggest we do as administrators of this event?
Well, that would be lives remain, so I'll have to calculate the lives remain.
Oh, that's a good idea. There we go. Takes a super tiebreak. Well, thanks for bearing with us. This is quite the event.
All right, so the tiebreaker goes to Team Dime and Do. They had 5 lives remain, while Red had just 1.
That's fantastic. All right. So Dime and Do, members of the green team who started out kind of rough, they pulled it back in the end. That's amazing. So great work there. And now, teams ready for match 3. The winner of this will fight the previous winners of matches 1 and 2 in the finals, where they were just being part of it. They'll get a prize. So absolutely play hard, play to win. Get in the finals. And come away with something, courtesy of QuakeCon.
Yes, if you win something while playing games, it makes you a pro gamer. So you can tell your friends.
That's the unmitigated truth. And Epic Typhlosion looks... Oh, he's not AFK. He spawned on the BFG. Grabbed a BFG duel out here in the middle of the map. Very hostile place. But green is over in this far corner, trying to lock it down. And Hey Daddy eats a rocket for his troubles, but they are tied with blue for the most amount of lives so far in the first map.
Man, poor Epic Typhlosion. He just mistimed his BFG just by a hair, and then spawned frag 3 times in a row after he spawned in. Very unfortunate. Naps used the exit and died.
I think, yeah, we just heard that sloppy noise. That's a player. You know, we hardwire the exit switches with a high voltage current. You can't touch them.
Yeah, that's a thing in Doom. You hit the exit switch, you pay the price with your life.
10,000 volts, believe it or not. And while we've been talking, Devastation and Hate Daddy have locked down the first map in match 3. Devastation in particular, a very strong player, winner of multiple tournaments, both inside the Doom community and also a very strong participant at the previous QuakeCon duel tournament that happened a few years ago.
Yeah, the 2013 20th Doom anniversary was a fun LAN had by all, won by J-Kist at the end, runner-up Devastation, who is playing right now.
Yeah, very strong players playing today in Last Man Standing. A lot of veterans from the event, but also some newcomers as well that have decided to throw their hat in the ring. You got to start somewhere, but we're going to be starting map 2.
Weapons locked is interesting on this map because you can just hide and be completely just unseen. So many hiding spots on this map. I love it.
This map is, we tried to pick 5 distinct maps with different styles and would force teams to adopt different strategies for each. And so far it's worked out to be some pretty entertaining matches. Lots of rocket work on the fringes of the map, the long corridors, while teams try to use those pillars to hide from sight. Remember, in Doom, unlike Quake, no footsteps. That's patented Union Aerospace Technology footwear.
Yep, the silent boots. Standard issue to every Doom Marine. And the lives total is just very uneven.
It's, Green has completely locked down the map. like without a doubt. It's
Yep.
very clear that practice has paid off for them.
Hate Daddy didn't even lose a life there, so that if there are any tiebreakers at the end of this, that is going to help them extremely.
Make sure to screenshot this one, Blair.
Thanks for the reminder. So we're already on to map 3. Next Doom.
That switch up top there that Hey Daddy just passed on the right-hand side lowers the BFG lift. Let's actually switch to our floating ghost camera. Lowers this bad boy. And then you can just grab it and lay waste to the rest of the map, including your teammate.
We're already in weapons lock and unlock. Already. Devastation and Hate Daddy taking out 2.
And Dev playing pretty tight up top, playing very smart, using those pillars where it's tough to shoot you from down below up over at these pillars, but the other one is not so much. Playing a very tight corner. There is a player spawn behind him. He sees his teammate down below. And they're approaching it very methodically. This is a team that has absolutely looked at the maps, decided ahead of time what strategy they're going to use, and it's paying off for them pretty well. I mean, while the other teams are going hard on each other, it's Team Green is ahead heavily.
Yeah, a win here will secure them their berth into the finals, and it'll solidify our finals teams.
And Human Bones using every second possible that respawn timer. But he's being cornered down in the pit. And it's all but assured that Hate Daddy and Devastation will move on to the finals at this point. And there you go. That's going to be... They're guaranteed to be in the finals, but they're still going to play through the final 2 maps because why not? It's Doom 2. Play your hearts out, people.
Yep, it only takes about 5 minutes or less to go through these maps, so it's not like it's a huge deal for any of these teams. Plus, you gotta... This is gonna be recorded in the annals of history, so you want to have a good show.
Giving a little scenic tour of the map as players get ready for the 4th map in the rotation. We're almost through match 3, and then we'll be getting teams back in for the finals match. So we're almost there. It's been hectic from the first match until the final round. That's how we do things in Doom 2. Weapons unlocked, and teams are off. Watching Devastation as he grabs that blue armor, but, won't save him from a rocket to the face. And Team Blue trying to posture outside, trying to secure that coveted spot that we've seen players try to lock down.
Green not having a good start, but even though they have secured their finals berth, Devastation had to get back to 0 because he killed Hate Daddy off the spawn.
Oh, yeah, that'll put you at -1. Don't shoot your friends, people. It's not healthy. We're watching a member of Red Team, Naps. You could go for a nap.
It is early. Especially if you're on the West Coast. It's almost lunchtime for me on the East Coast.
Oh. And Naps actually seeing that blue player through the gap, but eating BFG for his troubles. And that respawning blue armor is now in the hands of Hate Daddy as Green Team takes over the outside. Only Red is left. Blue is already knocked out. 1 life left for our champion, our underdog. I'm gonna watch him get the BFG and see what happens, but he's being cornered. There's chain gun versus BFG, and well, there's a mutual, but at the end of the day, good chain gun work, hard to replace.
Yeah, that was just showing the dominance of Green Team that time. Devastation had 2 team frags, and they still ended up on top. In fact, they were the only times Devastation actually died. I mean, sorry, yeah, Hate Daddy actually died. Or from team frags.
All right, we're looking at the final map of our preliminary series. After this, we'll be getting into the finals. Pretty excited to see what the best teams of each of these 3 matches are going to showcase to us. And most importantly, to you guys at home. So thank you for sharing some of your Saturday with us. QuakeCon is built by viewers for viewers.
Ooh, we're already into our last match of this game.
Yeah, team's taking a little bit of a breather, talking in team chat probably, strategizing right before they ready up, and it's absolute mayhem right out of the gate. Rocket launchers free. Oh my god.
Worse with some great rocket work, some of the best maybe.
Yeah, that corner is very hot on this map. Players not always taking up that top area, but the difference is a lot of the heavier weapons are down here on the ground floor, while up top you have to be very accurate with the single barrel shotgun or the chain gun, which many players can be. But with three teams out in the field, it's crazy.
Players not really used to the new school settings. They say, screw that SSG on the lift. I want to go to the rockets and immediately just start spamming.
I want heavy ordnance right now.
I need something that's going to kill.
And red is already out of the running. Lives are pretty even, 3-2 between blue and green, but it's gonna be a 1v1 now between Hey Daddy and Human Bones, two veterans of the Doom circuit.
That blue armor is untouched. That lift to get it is very, very slow.
It's very fresh and crispy. Calls to you.
Yes.
Get the armor.
Yeah. 1/2 damage reduction.
And the rocket work from Bones was not enough, although he opted to take a point-blank rocket, taking down his opponent with him, but there is no tie here. Hey Daddy had 1 life left, and though clean sweep, it's the only clean sweep we've had in the preliminary match. Hey Daddy and Devastation doing excellent work to move on to what will be the finals, which we have...
Yep.
So the plan was to have... Let's see. Diamond Dew are going to be on blue. 8 and Dev are going to stay. I'll actually start talking to them.
Yep, and we'll need Rust King and Wrangle on whatever team is left.
We're doing a little cat herding on the fly. No big deal. Players are usually very easy to boss around. But no, to be honest, Doom players are very generous with their time and very courteous with each other.
Yeah, shout out to the players who showed up on time and played their hearts out for 5 rounds.
All right,
early on a Saturday morning.
Let me reset these counters here at the top. We got the finals, boys.
Now this is going to be exciting. Green team kind of dominated their round, so you would expect to see them dominate this time, but I think they have a couple of hard counters here. Especially Rust King and Wrangle. They're a pretty good team.
And the event was planned out for in case the time limit did go the full 5 minutes for each round, but obviously the rounds have been very blistering fast. So the event will end a little bit earlier than the full 2-hour time block, but that is just how it goes in Doom 2 Hell on Earth. You either get the full time limit on maps, or it's just players pressing the W key and just going ham. But we'll be getting into the finals match beginning now. Blair, any predictions on what we're going to see in the finals?
I believe it'll be between Rust King and Wrangle, his team, red team versus green team.
Ooh, blue team, the underdogs, you say. Diamond, yeah. King Diamond Dew. King Diamond, one of the, a very recognizable name in the Doom and speedrunning community. making his foray into the multiplayer competitive side of things over the past year, doing pretty well. He came away from the World Doom League as a capture the flag champion with a title under his belt, but he's up against some titans today with blue team only 2 lives left as BFGs are out.
Man, these players are brave using this BFG around their teammates. I gotta take my hat off.
And blue is out of lives in round 1, so we won't be seeing them with a point on the board as of yet. It's going to be between red and green with 2 versus 4 lives, respectively. Currently watching Hate Daddy, the champion of match 3, and a preliminary favorite. But he's definitely the only player left as far as his team goes now. He eliminated Rust King, but ate a BFG to the face. He still has 2 lives left, waiting for that BFG to detonate, thereby rescuing him from the cone damage. Because when the BFG does detonate, a cone spreads out from where the player's current position is, which makes it a favorite of many competitors to cover a large area in front of them, including people who might unfortunately spawn directly in front.
Yeah, this has turned into a very, very slow duel now. Wrangle only working with 1 life.
3 minutes left, but I get the feeling it's not going to last that long. Hate taking an angle around, catching Wrangle by surprise, but in the end, coming away the victor in the first map of the finals.
That showed Hate Daddy's, just old school behavior. He knew that Berserk's going to make him pull that fist out, and that's when he knew to attack.
That's right.
That was so smart.
You cannot have your weapon up when you pick up the Berserk pack. It auto-switches you no matter what your client settings are. Makes you very vulnerable.
And we go back to Green War for one last match.
And teams readied up. I imagine we're going to see some teams try to lock down this back corner again. And in fact, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to freeze spec this a little bit. Watch this back corner. Teams... Oh, player spawned right behind, missing that frag right off the spawn. And up here, there's a lot of death happening. Rocket launcher, a hot spot. Lets you lock down the corridors and wide open areas this map has. Doesn't give you a whole lot of movement options, but at the same time, it does. A lot of hard cover, but if you got a rocket head towards you, you can't move left to right. Or right to left.
Red team favored here.
Yeah, green team is actually out of the second map here. With, let's see who's left. Do is the only player left on blue team. And it's going to become a 1v1 between Do and Rust King. Do with a ping disadvantage, but still a strong and veteran player. Timing his shots, holding the trigger until he lines it up against Rust King.
Is that a lives disadvantage here? So he's going to need to get a kill, he's going to need to get a spawn frag. Definitely doable.
Doable? Oh my god, dude, baby, you can't rocket the wall like that. And it ended up costing him the round.
If you're new to Doom and you're looking for some tips, that is the opposite of what you want to do to succeed there.
Yeah, if you got the rocket launcher, walls are bad. Just, pro tip.
And red team on the board with 1. Symbolic to that whole round, as soon as weapons were free, Rust King just laid into Wrangle with an SSG shot and then left him to die. So it's a surprise that they won that, but I'm glad they did.
Yeah, they pulled it out, even though there was a little bit of team fire. Again, Doom players are very twitchy, as you may or may not have noticed. And the third map should be pretty contentious. I mean, blue still has to get a point on the board, and it could be pivotal for red or green to win the third map here with 3 maps to go, including this one.
And every player aware that top is so important. They're really fighting for the top, but it looks like green has won the fight.
Looks like there's a door in front of Wrangler right now.
Indeed, there is.
So we're gonna switch off that. Okay, so we're not about DoorCon. This is QuakeCon. We're all about the W key and mouse 1.
You know, it's a good strategy. No one's really going to look there for him until, you know, there's one frag left.
Players
Or
may
there's one person left.
players may clue into that one area. And there may be some struggle to open that door. In fact, I think Wrangler.
Yeah, they flushed him
got
out
all
like
his
a rat.
lives.
They flushed him out like a rat.
Oh, did he get flushed?
Yeah. They discovered him.
Oh, you can't hide in there anymore. Again, staying alive is the name of the game, so props to him for trying to make it happen, but...
Yeah.
And we're rapidly switching between players here, so... Player name we're spectating is on the bottom of your screen. King Dime, speedrunner extraordinaire, is now extremely dead.
Yep, 2v1, 5 lives versus 2, Wrangle.
Yep,
Uphill battle
Bluey's
from here.
not getting a point on the board here at all, so it'll definitely be in favor of Devastation and Hate Daddy of the green team, and they still let it be done.
Yeah, so that's 2-1 green team. If they win one more map, they win the whole thing.
And then that will be it for Last Marine Standing, although we'll still play out the full set because, you know, that's just... Again, why not?
Blue team can get back into this. If they win these last 2 maps, they will be tied with green team. So not completely out yet.
It's true, it's going to be up to Rust King and Wrangle to, well, wrangle in a win. We're full of puns here.
And this weapon lock process on this map is always interesting because you either want the armor or you want the BFG. There's no in between.
Yeah, on one side of the map, on the outside, we have 2 blue armors that spawn, one for each, and then even though the blue armor is not going to protect you from a BFG ball to the face, which Devastation just ate. That projectile does upwards of 1 trillion damage. Check the numbers. And that BFG room, oh, I'm surprised Dew walked away from that one. The cone must have not been aligned on his player. If you look too far to the side, that cone's not going to help you too much. In fact, we saw that right there from Dew. He was making quick work of the spawns in front of him. And I'm wondering where Red is in all this. Oh, Rust King's wandering around. Needs a gun. Grabs one, and he'll get to work here. But he's got this... And taking that far side of the enemy player, that green player, prevented the BFG from taking him out as well. But he's currently out of lives, so switching over to Hey Daddy. He's covering the map in BFG tracers.
Yeah, and red team already out of it. So blue team with the best chance they have to get on the board.
Ooh, and BFG not doing... The tracers not hitting that hard. And then they were able to get a shot off on Hey Daddy, dropping him down to 5 health. And he has 1 life, as you can see in the lower left of the screen. Getting a little bloodied. Doesn't get the kill shot. Trying to dodge multiple players, and blue walks away the victor of map 4. Which means the final map, we still got a game, Blair.
Yeah, everyone's still in it so far. So this is definitely going to be interesting. Only one to secure 2 rounds so far is green team. They can win this outright with a win here. If not, if it goes to one of these other teams, it's going to have to go to frags and then to live.
Team's probably taking a second to strategize. What are we going to do this final map? It's all up to us. It really is anyone's game. And we'll be getting into it right now. The final map of the finals. Green with a slight advantage in terms of maps won, but at the end of the day, you still have to win out. Currently, green has no lives taken off of them. Well, now they do. Caster's Curse, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a nice rocket by Do to get that frag.
Switch over to one of our underdogs. In fact, Reg's own Wrangler.
And Green with a 3 live advantage over every other team. 4 lives now. They're looking good.
Yeah, hopefully teams are taking note of that, and Red and Blue can cease fire a bit, try to bring some lives down. In fact, Green just lost 2 lives straight up. And one Green player there was vulnerable to Wrangler, shooting him in the back. But Green's strategy seems to be divide and conquer, with Hate Daddy taking up the lower part of the map, while Devastation works the upper. And a pincer effect from Devastation and Hate, allowing for a quick knockout. I mean, Red has 1 life left, and an unfortunate spawn in front of Devastation allows for Green to take it. And they'll be your champions of Last Marine Standing in the QuakeCon Community 2021 event.
Congratulations to Devastation and Hate Daddy, Team Last Marine Standing. They are the winners.
They are the winners.
What a fun match.
A round of applause for them. You know, you love to see a great competition, and congratulations to our winners, who we will be handing out prizes shortly. If you're interested in events like this and want to participate or even just to spectate, head on over to the Multiplayer Doom Federation. But that is enough of that. Thank you to everybody here today for a lovely experience. We were happy to bring you Doom 2 Hell on Earth, and thank you, Blair, for your help in both co-casting and providing statistics and tallies for our players, and for all the viewers at home. Thank you for sharing a little bit of your Saturday with us. And we'll be playing you out. Thank you, Blair. Thank you, everybody at home. Thank the staff at QuakeCon. And we'll be seeing you next time. Have a great rest of your Saturday.
See you, Doomers.
I think it was a dream, Edwin.
Ruben Victoriano. He was a fun kid, and he grew up to be a fun adult. Even gave himself a fancy new name, Ruvik. Real bundle of jokes and ha-has, life of the party. Did the typical things that fun people like to do. Picnics at the beach, frolics through public parks. He donated his time to children's hospitals, used his exceedingly kind mind to better the lives of those around him. He made his community better. He was beloved in his family. He treated women with respect. He loved animals, and he loved flying kites. He was a faithful, God-fearing young man, a real pillar of the community, a personality worth emulating, a life to strive for. Was that believable? Yeah, I didn't think so. Take all that, make it the exact opposite, and you get Ruvik. Born as Ruben Victoriano, Ruvik was troubled from the start. He was exceptionally intelligent, highly motivated by curiosity, artistic in his approach to anatomy and psychology, but cruel and conceited in regards to his own works. The young Ruvik had little inclination towards empathy or compassion, a very dangerous, very manipulative personality type. He was the son of Ernesto and Beatriz Victoriano, their second child. The Victoriano family was extremely wealthy, and Ruvik did not get on well with his father. The two were cordial, but strained towards one another. His mother loved him, though, referring to him as her darling boy, but it's very unlikely that that sentiment was returned. Ernesto and Beatriz were donors to both their church, the controversial Cedar Hill Church, and a hospital called Beacon Mental Hospital. His eldest sister was Laura Victoriano, and though this young Ruvik was devoid of emotion or affection for his parents, he was rather quite fond of Laura. Perhaps quite innocently in his younger years. You see, Laura understood him, she accepted him, conversed with and spent time with the young Ruvik. His only friend, his only companion, the only one who really made him smile. But when not out and about with his sister, the young Ruvik spent his time within his own private hidden studies. With ample time and surrounded by wealth, there was little that the boy would be left wanting for. He experimented on and dissected animals, specifically pigs, testing and expanding upon the depths of his ingenuity, telling the carcasses, "There's no cure for what I'm going to do to you." He developed a fondness for mechanical traps, things so complex and lethal that no single person could bring them into fruition, yet he dreamed all sorts of devious machinations in the solidarity of his studies. One day, a representative from the Beacon Mental Hospital in Crimson City came to visit Ernesto Victoriano at the estate, a Dr. Marcelo Jimenez. Jimenez encountered the young Ruvik, and the two shared in conversation, two minds of science, two twisted peas in a pod. Ruvik divulged to Dr. Jimenez that he had something that he called his inner sanctum, a place of research and experimentation for only himself. Eventually, Dr. Jimenez found this place where Ruvik was studying, and at first, Ruvik was quite opposed to the doctor's presence, telling him that he would find his work disgusting. But Dr. Jimenez assured the blossoming psychopath that he too did distasteful things in the name of science and progress, better not to concern himself over the trepidations of the common man. And thus, a beautiful friendship was founded, and one that would carry on for many, many years. Not long after this chance meeting, when he was just 10 years old, a young Ruvik was out with his sister Laura, just playing around in a barn on one of their parents' properties. You see, the Victoriano family had been buying up huge parcels of land around the countryside, and some of the locals were none too happy over it. A disgruntled collection of these locals surrounded this particular barn. The intention was to burn it, send a message, vandalize the land. And one of them thought that maybe he heard something. Maybe he heard something in the barn where Laura and the young Ruvik were playing, though this was unheeded, and the barn was set aflame with the two children inside. Laura managed to get her little brother above the flame to a window on the barn. The two of them were quite injured, burns and smoke inhalation. But Laura, with her last bit of strength before her consciousness fled, managed to push her brother out of the window, out of the burning barn. Ruvik survived, barely, covered in burns that disfigured the boy. Laura also survived, in a sense. both of the children made it to the hospital alive. And their father, Ernesto, made choices that further victimized them. Ruvik was taken from the hospital. In secret, he was moved into the basement of his family's estate. His mother, Beatriz, believed that he was dead, and Laura was left at the hospital to die, also without her mother's knowledge, and this destroyed Beatriz. She stopped eating, she stopped functioning, called and wept for her children, and sometimes she could swear that she heard the cries of her sweet baby boy coming from the basement. Something within her told her that her boy Ruben, he was still alive. But Ernesto told her that it was all from her mind. Their children were dead, and she sounded insane in saying such things. Ernesto kept young Ruvik sequestered in the basement, where he was treated with skin grafts, pain management. But he'd lost his beloved sister. His father had imprisoned and betrayed him, and his mother, in his eyes, had abandoned him. Resentment festered in the young Ruvik, grew into rage and indignation at his lot. He felt that the world owed him something that had been taken away. He felt he'd been cheated, denied his fair share, and for some years the young Ruvik stayed imprisoned in that basement. His time was occupied with the tutelage of Dr. Marcelo Jimenez, who nurtured his curiosity and fostered an academic in the young Ruvik. Though, eventually, as he grew into a young man, Ruvik just couldn't contain his hatred and his fury anymore. He broke out from the confines of the basement. He found his parents, and he murdered them. Ruvik usurped the family fortune, and with the power of wealth in his hands now, Ruvik was unchecked and uncontainable, at least in the avenues that interested him. Dr. Marcelo Jimenez and the still-named Ruben Victoriano struck a deal of sorts. You see, Dr. Jimenez performed experiments of his own on patients at the Beacon Mental Hospital. His victims were people who were less likely to be missed, whose deaths or disappearances could be easily explained away. His own research would require funding and resources that he really couldn't get from the hospital budget, something that could also be subjected to an audit. So, Dr. Jimenez brought the young man that we know as Ruvik test subjects of his own from the hospital for his own research, and in return, Ruvik would continue the cash flow to the hospital that his parents had began. And the two minds really complemented each other quite well, at least academically. For years, this is how their arrangement carried on. Just a real match made in heaven. Until Dr. Jimenez got greedy. You see, Dr. Jimenez was convinced that he could, and he should, be the head of Beacon Hospital, and that he could achieve it only if he had greater standing in the medical community. So, Dr. Jimenez began stealing Ruvik's research and publishing scrubbed versions of it. They were genius, revolutionary ideas and research in the world of medical academia. Except Ruvik caught wind of this, that his mentor was stealing his own work, taking credit for himself, diminishing the man in Ruvik's eyes. Another betrayal. Dr. Jimenez tried to reason that Ruvik himself could never publish his own works in any form because Ruvik lacked formal education. The scientific community would never take him serious. This did not smooth over the situation, however, of course not. Ruvik and Jimenez are both egomaniacs, extremely selfish. This soured the duo on each other, but they still continued to work together. In these publications, Ruvik's work, it eventually caught the eye of a clandestine organization called Mobius. And there's not really a whole lot that I can tell you about Mobius. They seem to be the very standard, let's take over the world kind of group. Secretive, wealthy, brutal, manipulative, very, very stereotyped in their villainy. Shots fired, certainly, I know. Come at me, bro. Dr. Marcelo Jimenez was recruited into Mobius. His research and experiments reported to and supervised by Mobius. Ruvik was also recruited into Mobius, given access to technologies and physical resources that he lacked on his own. Ruvik and Dr. Jimenez began working together, starting development on something called STEM. And STEM was essentially a super virtual reality, influenced by and interactable with a person connected to it. Not intrinsically good or bad, but the product of the mind sustaining the simulation by something called the core. The core acts as a battery to the STEM program, and others can connect to this core through pods called the terminus. Early in development, the cover story, at least for the STEM program, was a new treatment for people suffering from mental illness, connecting into a pure, unbiased, innocent mind as the core, where people suffering could be plugged in via the terminus to receive treatment specifically for their mind. It was quickly found that an unhinged, violent, ill, or troubled mind would spell absolute tragedy for anyone that connected to it. Compatibility was important, and the most compatible minds for others to connect to were underdeveloped minds not touched by the world. If done properly, STEM could help countless people in an infinite number of ways. However, we're dealing with Ruvik and Mobius here. Even if that's how Dr. Jimenez presented the justification for STEM in his stolen publications, that's not what the STEM actually was intended for. Mobius wanted STEM technology as a means for control over the general population, world domination and all that. Very, very interesting. Ruvik, however, he wanted STEM for himself. You see, he felt cheated from a life that he deserved, a life with his sister. And even now, as an adult, he desperately missed her. He loved his sister. He really loved his sister. He yearned for Laura to be returned to him, if you know what I mean. Ruvik intended to find that world within STEM. In Crimson City, where Beacon Mental Hospital operated, disappearances in the hospital and around the city were being noticed. Unwitting and unwilling volunteers for the STEM research. The more stable minds of the common man were needed for the research now. They couldn't just keep using patients from the hospital. Everyone that they tested as a core was unable to sustain the reality of STEM, and those that connected to the program met with tragic, violent, inhuman deaths. As the years dragged on and his work drew closer to completion, Ruvik began to suspect that Mobius may betray him in the final inning of the game. And he wasn't unjustified in believing this. The villainous tend to recognize coming treachery. He began booby-trapping his estate, specifically routes leading to his studies and research areas. Only Dr. Jimenez knew how to navigate the corridors of the Victoriano estate safely and could approach Ruvik here. The immersive technology of STEM changed over time as well. Where once a person had to be connected to the program like a human USB port, Ruvik developed a wireless mechanism to cover large areas. Anyone caught in the transmission area would slowly be taken into a STEM simulation, though to remain there it was required that the target of the transmission eventually be plugged into a terminus. Ruvik also reprogrammed STEM to only accept himself as the core, making the technology unusable without him. But while Ruvik was expectant of a betrayal from Mobius and had taken steps to avoid it, he was not expecting betrayal from Dr. Marcelo Jimenez, his longtime mentor and cohort. Dr. Jimenez led Mobius agents into Ruvik's estate straight to Ruvik himself. Ruvik was taken to Beacon, where the functional STEM system was located. He refused to reprogram the core to accept other candidates besides himself, so Ruvik was dismantled. He was killed, stripped down to the brain. And it was integrated into the core, all that was left of Ruvik. The Victoriano estate was burned to the ground. Any evidence that Ruvik lived into adulthood was erased. What the lesser mind of Dr. Jimenez was not expecting was that Ruvik's consciousness was not gone. Ruvik was still in there, in his brain, in some sense of the word. And Ruvik, he began to awaken as the core, the power of his own creation, now an extension of himself. Good job, Marcelo. Well done. Before the tale of Ruvik may proceed, we have 3 friends to discuss, companions in the tale to come. Let's begin with Julie Kidman. Kidman, for short. Kidman hails from near the controversial Cedar Hill Church. Remember that one that Ruben Victoriano's family donated large sums of money to? While she wasn't outright physically abused by her parents, she and her siblings were extremely neglected. Her parents put all their money, all their emotional energy into the church, which Kidman lovingly refers to as a cult. And to be fair, she's really not far off. See, the Cedar Hill Church was problematic at best. Located not too far from Crimson City, where Beacon Mental Hospital was located, the church was founded by Salvador Graciano. The small village around the church was populated mostly by very modest, unworldly people living hard lives. and the church was a bit of an enigma. It certainly had the surrounding village and its inhabitants under its thumb, though the actual practices of the church were secretive. If you believe what is later seen within the stem in regards to the church, then it was a place where sacrifices took place beneath the stone, where macabre science experiments happened, and dark rituals were performed for unknown reasons. If you believe all that. Remember, it's Ruvik who is the core of this simulation. Probably not the most concrete information source, but sacrifices, experiments, and rituals were certainly more fun than embezzlement. Regardless, Kidman hated the church for what it took from her family and her parents for the neglect of their children. Kidman grew into a wild child, a rebel with an angry streak. When she was 14, she fled her home village and her family, leaving only a note behind. But no one cared. No one went looking for the 14-year-old girl. And out on her own, Kidman started getting into trouble with the law, getting a bit of a rap sheet. But she made it. All on her own, she found a way. Later in her teens, Kidman decided to go back to her home village to see what became of her family. But what she'd found is that in the years that she'd been gone, the townsfolk had all vanished. Perhaps they'd fled. Perhaps their deity suddenly came back. Perhaps the plague that had struck the area over a decade prior had come back and killed everyone. Perhaps a maniac in a mansion nearby had picked the town clean for science experiments of his own. Kidman didn't really care. Of her home, she said, "They can rot for all I care." So, fast forward a few more years, Kidman is just out of her teens and about to start some prison time. She's really become a rough and tumble young woman, and it's coming back to haunt her. But who would happen to approach the young gal but a Mobius representative? Kidman was a perfect candidate for serving Mobius as an agent. She had no hope. She'd already lost everything. She was getting ready to serve a long prison sentence. She'd never known worldly comforts. She'd never had attention nor purpose. And no one would miss her. Perfect. So, she was recruited into Mobius. She was trained as an agent for a few years, given her own fancy apartment in the city, and eventually she was planted into the Crimson City Police Department, where she would be a rookie under the tutelage of Sebastian Castellanos and his partner, Joseph Oda. Speaking of which, let's talk about Joseph. And there's not a lot of backstory on our boy Joseph. He's from Toronto, he's married, with one daughter that he adores, and he's been the partner of Sebastian Castellanos for over 8 years when we meet them. Joseph is quite docile and methodical, hard to rile up and easy to talk to. Though when rookie detective Julie Kidman comes under the direction of Joseph and Sebastian, Joseph was entirely not happy over it. He wasn't keen on his routine being interrupted with training a rookie. But eventually he got used to Kidman being around and took part in her training. And the rest of his story ties in closely to Sebastian Castellanos. So, let's talk about our final member of this trio. Before Joseph Oda was his partner, Sebastian was partnered with a woman named Myra Hansen, and the two worked well together. Eventually, the two detectives fell in love. Sebastian was assigned a new partner, Joseph Oda, and he became engaged to his now former partner, Myra. Sebastian and Joseph investigated murders. Myra investigated missing persons. Sebastian and Myra married a few months later, and within a year had a daughter that they named Lily Lynn Castellanos. Joseph and Sebastian worked extremely well together, eventually even becoming friends. As reports of disappearances escalated in Crimson City, Myra eventually returned to the workforce, investigating the disappearances when little Lily was old enough for preschool. Myra fell deep into her work. She was damned good at what she did. But tragedy came to the family. When Lily was 5 years old, a fire broke out at the Castellanos home where Lily was in the care of a babysitter. The child and her sitter were proclaimed dead, and the marriage of Sebastian and Myra slowly began to crumble. Sebastian lost hope, took to drinking, closed himself off from his wife, became a liability at work. Myra refused to accept that her daughter was gone. She believed that the fire was set intentionally. The body wasn't their daughter. It was a conspiracy. Sebastian wasn't enough to rise to the challenge of that investigation, so Myra left him behind. She vanished. Sebastian reported her as a missing person, but suspicions fell back on him. Perhaps he had driven her away. What did he do? No one would blame Myra for leaving him. Sebastian eventually received a package from Myra, though, explaining that she was investigating Lily's disappearance, and that if she too had vanished, then she had gotten too close to a conspiracy, and that it was up to him to find justice for them both. Sebastian continued to fall into heavy drinking in his family's absence. Eventually, Joseph reported him to internal affairs in an attempt to save his career. Though Sebastian resented this, Joseph was correct in his reasonings. The paper trail and the official confrontation saved Sebastian's job. Joseph did not turn Sebastian in for any reason other than to protect his coworker and his friend, and the two remained a high-functioning team afterwards. Julie Kidman came under the tutelage of Sebastian and Joseph very shortly before Myra vanished, less than a month before. As troubles compounded over Sebastian, he began to suspect the rookie detective of being shady. He referred to her as a cold fish, a personality that was getting under his skin. It felt like she was always watching, like she was a scientist looking at a petri dish. Kidman, Sebastian, and Joseph have spent 23 months together working and training, when a most horrific turn of events takes place. Immediately following another case, our trio are sitting quietly in a police vehicle, driven by another officer named Oscar Connolly. A call for units to respond has been sent out. It seems that something has happened at Beacon Mental Hospital. Multiple homicides. 6 units have already responded, but it's not enough. More units are needed. Those that arrived at Beacon before Connolly picked up the trio have suddenly stopped responding, and dispatch continues to reach out, trying to get anyone to respond. But it's complete silence on the other end. And when Sebastian calls back to dispatch to inquire as to the situation, this happens.
Is there any... God damn it! Jesus!
The chick didn't seem to be bothered. No, that chick wasn't bothered, was she past tiptoe? See, at Beacon within STEM, where he's been trapped for about 3 years now, Ruvik is bringing hell. Dr. Jimenez activated the wireless function within STEM, not knowing that Ruvik was lurking within the program and that he'd grown strong. However, Mobius was aware of Ruvik's presence. Once that wireless function was turned on, Ruvik took control of it. And that feedback on the radio was the team's admission into the early stages of STEM. It will take a short amount of time for it to be complete, but from here on, the team is walking deeper into the STEM program, where Ruvik resides. Ruvik's consciousness is wide awake, powerful, and on a warpath within STEM. Kidman was ordered by her superiors to retrieve a valuable patient named Leslie at Beacon Hospital, and she was inoculated against Ruvik's aggressive invasion of the minds who enter the STEM. So no, she wasn't bothered by the feedback. Oscar waits at the car for communications. Kidman stays at the door of the hospital. Joseph and Sebastian proceed on. Within Beacon Hospital, something most heinous has happened. Bodies are littered about the lobby area. Patients, staff, security, all dead. And there's no sign of the police units that arrived before Sebastian, Joseph, and Kidman. It is so quiet. In a security room off the main lobby desk, there sits none other than Dr. Marcelo Jimenez in a state of complete shock, muttering about Ruvik. It can't be real. It's impossible. Sebastian steps away to view live footage of what's going on in the halls of Beacon, and he does see one of the units shooting at something down the hallway. Oh, hello, Ruvik. Remember, STEM is where he reigns. He is the core. He controls this world that Sebastian, Joseph, and Kidman are about to be submerged into. When Sebastian comes to, he is without his companions, suspended by his feet, in a strange, violent, gore-smattered place. But he's not alone. Oh, no. With him is a rage-fueled, violent butcher of people called the Sadist. You see, everything here is a part of Ruvik in some way. And there will be parts that blend into the world that comes from Sebastian, Joseph, and Kidman as well, but in this case, the ugly, bloodlust and anger of Ruvik is personified in this very dangerous thing. Ruvik has a fondness for traps. He imagined impossibly complex devices when he was alive. In this reality, those impossibilities are now quite possible. Sebastian is chased through and must contend with vicious, almost otherworldly traps and weapons while being pursued through this bastardization of the hospital's basement. Oh, what good fun to be had. Are we still wondering what happened to those other 6 police units? They're probably a part of the scenery at this point. Back topside are the bodies of the police unit that Ruvik took down, in the lobby where bodies remain untouched. Sebastian is walking reality for just a brief moment, and the KPD has not yet been able to fully respond to this yet. Outside, STEM resumes, and the city is beginning to crumble. Thankfully, Good Guy and our new best friend Oscar has confiscated an ambulance to make an escape in. Kidman, Dr. Jimenez, and a very small Leslie are in the back. It's the first time that we've seen Leslie. He seems quite distressed over something that no one else can hear. But why is this young man so important? Well, we'll talk about our pal Leslie here in a bit. There's more pressing issues, namely, Joseph Oda did not make it out of the hospital. It's like he vanished. And as the ambulance drives madly through Crimson City, it starts to fold on itself. It's Ruvik, trying to impede their movement. Ruvik wants something in that ambulance. I wonder what. And he wants to do things to the others inside of it. And the first victim up will be... oh, Sebastian's new best friend Oscar. Oh gosh. He changes, his face blistering, cracking, blood seeping from orifices. This is the effect that Ruvik may have on those of weaker will within STEM. They become the Haunted. Zombie-like beings that have just enough intelligence to be more akin to a feral hunter than a mindless corpse. Many people have been claimed by Ruvik within STEM. Oscar is one of hundreds of these beasts within the program. From the back, Leslie calls that a fall is coming, but the warning is heeded far too late. The ambulance inexplicably plummets from a highway tunnel down into an isolated forest. Sebastian wanes in and out of consciousness, witnessing 2 unknown individuals roll him down a hallway, presumably on a gurney. Though this is a menacing event. Though when Sebastian awakens, he finds himself in a place that will act as a reprieve from Ruvik's horrors. A safe haven that seems part police station, part nursing station, attended by a woman named Tatiana Gutierrez. She's a bit cold, unemotional, sarcastic, but a neutral personality who will act as an ally to Sebastian, as well as to Kidman in her own journeys through STEM. Nurse Gutierrez was in life a nurse at Beacon, who witnessed many challenging things during her career that rather stripped her of strong emotion. She, like so many others, vanished during the STEM experiments. It seems that this is now where she resides, or what's left of her consciousness. In this safe haven, she provides a place for Sebastian to focus his skills, obtain items, glimpse pieces from Ruvik's past, and travel back into the dangers of STEM. When Kidman awoke from the crash, the sun was close to setting. She's alone, save the haunted, shambling remnants of Oscar Connolly, who attacks Kidman on sight. She must find Leslie. She has a mission for Mobius, a mission that Ruvik is also now aware of. Though he cannot directly overtake her as he did to Oscar due to her inoculation, he can still bring the many forces of STEM against her. But when Sebastian awakens, he's completely alone, and it's dark outside. He's at a complete loss for what to do, so all he really can do is just keep moving forward. It might be an odd choice of words, but given the circumstances that Sebastian finds himself in, he unfortunately, doesn't really have anything that Ruvik can grab onto. Sebastian is too hardened, too much pain and trauma in his recent years, not a lot of hope to be manipulated. Sebastian can walk STEM for now without Ruvik turning him into a monstrous being, though with time, Ruvik will break him down. Sebastian has a very finite amount of time in STEM before he too is taken by Ruvik. Through this dark, broken hillside, Sebastian finds more like his former best friend, Oscar Connolly, haunted people, menacing monsters who will attack on sight. But off in the distance is a light, a beacon. It looks like the hospital, but it shouldn't be visible on a mountainside like that. The geography of this place, it makes no sense. It's a version of a memory stemming from Ruvik. Soon enough, Sebastian comes across the good doctor Marcelo Jimenez, who is trying to locate his patient Leslie. And now would be a very good time to talk about our sweet baby boy Leslie and why he is so important to everyone involved in this simulation. Leslie Withers, though he is small and seems childlike, is 25 years old, a patient at Beacon Mental Hospital. And when Leslie was little, he witnessed something cruelly horrific that changed him forever: the violent murder of his parents. He retreated into himself, struggled to communicate, a being controlled by fear and anxiety. Yet he dreamed that his family would one day return for him. Leslie didn't really develop as he aged. He remained childlike, broken from fear, dependent on others, skittish, and overly sensitive to the world around him. Leslie cannot function if there's not an authority figure to guide him. He will very willingly trust a person that he feels can protect him. However, if something frightens the young man, he'll bolt like a wild animal. Though Leslie would never harm anyone around him, he would flee before fighting. And people like Leslie are so easily victims of others. They need protection and guidance. Being placed into STEM is terrifying, yes, but for someone who cannot reason through their surroundings, who cannot defend themselves, who doesn't understand why they're being hurt, it's so much worse for them. So when Leslie cries out in fear or he flees, don't hold a grudge against him. He's a brave lad doing the best that he can. And though it might not be apparent, on top of all this, he is also contending with the vile nature of Ruvik. You see, Ruvik wants out of STEM. He is a prisoner here. And Leslie is not only a good core candidate, someone who could support a STEM simulation, he's also a good Ruvik candidate. The two share the loss of a family, similar trauma types. Physiologically, they're quite similar. Leslie is also a chameleon of sorts. To relate to and to understand other people, Leslie simulates them. And he is easily dominated. If Leslie is brought to the center of STEM, to where Ruvik's brain is, Ruvik can upload into Leslie and easily take controls, so to speak. Then disconnect from the STEM, and through Leslie's body, Ruvik will once again be able to walk reality as a new man. Ruvik wants Leslie Withers. He calls to him, using terror tactics within Leslie's mind. Ruvik forces him closer to the core. So again, when Leslie calls out in fear and he bolts like a frightened animal, do not hold it against him. The young man is going through more than he can understand, let alone verbalize. Sebastian and Dr. Jimenez find Leslie hiding in the basement of a hospice compound that Dr. Jimenez's brother once ran, a bit of Leslie's memory presenting as part of STEM now. The young fellow is absolutely terrified of things lurking nearby, and Ruvik is playing games in his mind. He repeats over and over that he can't get away. He can't get away. Losing our minds, losing our minds, losing our minds. Ruvik appears at a distance and interferes with the party. He removes Sebastian from Leslie and Dr. Jimenez, taking away their greatest source of protection, someone that Leslie would cling to, that could keep Leslie away from Ruvik. Now, personal attacks against Sebastian escalate from waves of haunted inhabitants of the program to an assault from a being that represents Laura Victoriano, Ruvik's dearly beloved sister. Very little will damage this thing called Laura, save fire. She screams like a woman in undefinable pain, stalks and runs up the hallway like a tarantula, and will beat anything that gets in her way to death. even if it's not Sebastian that she encounters. God, she is creepy. When Sebastian finally fights his way past her, of course, Ruvik shows up again to play his twisted games that he apparently so enjoys, chucking him into an abyss to land in a whole new play area. It's almost like being back in Beacon, save the vile, bloodthirsty beings that stalk the decrepit halls. But going deeper into the building, parts of Ruvik's past are displayed. His time as a child, making drawings on the wall, some depicting quite advanced displays of anatomy and science, others a little fantastical, though still harrowing. As he grew older, after the fire that took his sister, his drawings became more advanced, more mechanical, more violent, eventually becoming charts and graphs that he reviewed during dissections of human victims. But oh, thank goodness, nearby is our official best friend, Joseph, resting his sweet, dreary eyes in what looks like a bathtub, or rather, a terminus in the real world where individuals are connected into the STEM core, a hint of things to come, something that Sebastian would have no reason to recognize. It just looks like a bathtub. Joseph is almost immediately affected by the influence of Ruvik, having a piercing headache, hearing something that Sebastian cannot. But the two can now travel together as partners, a dynamic that's extremely familiar to them. But Ruvik doesn't allow this for long. You see, that's a part of his game. Give them something, take it away, sprinkle in some violence and gore, then start anew. Similar to the radio feedback at the start of the game, a piercing sound stops Sebastian in his tracks, an attack from Ruvik, though he is not explicitly the target. It's Joseph. Joseph is an easier target for Ruvik. Joseph takes on the appearance of a haunted creature, bloodthirsty and violent, lunging on his longtime friend and partner. Thankfully, though, our boy is able to stave off being completely overtaken like Oscar Connolly was. But like Sebastian, Joseph's time is finite. He will eventually be taken by Ruvik. The burden on Joseph is painfully clear. The process is exhausting. All this time, as Sebastian, Joseph, Dr. Jimenez, and Leslie felt their way through Ruvik's playgrounds, another adventure has been playing out within STEM. The journey of Julie Kidman. After the ambulance crash, she initially had sights on Leslie, but she was removed from this reality into some place made of her own memories, being given orders by her boss, walking the interior of a Mobius building, being plugged into a terminus station, and awakening back in the Ruvik STEM program, fresh from the ambulance wreck in the dark, warped halls of Mobius, except, oh, Kidman. She is not afforded weapons of any sort here, unlike Sebastian and Joseph. She's dropped into the absolute muck of STEM with no way to defend herself. If Ruvik can't take control of her, if she's going to change his rules, then she will proceed with no way to combat what's around her save her own ingenuity and the strategic placing of a stiletto heel into the skull of combatants. And oh my, just look at this feast of creativity that stalks Kidman. Ruvik is disgusting, but you've got to hand it to the guy. He is extremely artistic and brings a weird form of beauty to some of his creations. Kidman's own memories of her assignment are intertwined with the memories of Ruvik. The slight touch of a victim's memories commonly impact the STEM world around them, but what I cannot decide is whether this is genuinely an individual's mind and memories leaking into STEM, or if Ruvik is using their own brain against them to really personalize the experience. I'm rather apt to think the latter. It's just too juicy of a tactic to brush off as happenstance. And what comes to the surface here is an insight into just how thorough the indoctrination process is by Mobius on new recruits. She's expected to give her life for her mission if necessary, though Kidman thinks that Mobius values her as a talented agent. She wants to please them. But remember, Kidman has spent almost 2 whole years working with Sebastian and Joseph at this point, embedding herself into the Crimson Police Department. So where will her loyalties fall in the end? She's able to find them both, Joseph and Sebastian that is, or at least see them at a place where they reside within STEM. And then, Ruvik appears.
Mobius. So they sent you to take the boy back. And you trust him. Don't kid yourself. You're just as expendable as your partners are. As I was, after all I did for them. We'll see how loyal you are when you know the truth.
Interesting that he decided to use words on her, though I wouldn't put too much stock into Ruvik having good intentions. Everything is a sick game to him. It'd probably be quite enjoyable to see a dedicated Mobius agent crumble from within, to find out what it took to just push her over the edge. What kind of fresh hell can Ruvik make for this ambitious Mobius operative? As is the cycle of his games, the three are reunited for just a short moment, and then once again, split apart. Joseph and Kidman land in the sewers of a no-man's land. While Kidman searches for a route out, she's confronted with a memory brought into form by Ruvik. He can't take her over, but he can certainly change the STEM world around her. And in this particular recreation, her boss, the administrator, orders her to get rid of Joseph. He plays a game of words, feeding off of her insecurities, using the administrator to belittle and demoralize her, to bring her under some form of control, to manipulate her into killing one of her own companions. Very, very clever of him. Kidman is released back into the presence of Sebastian and Joseph, back into that sewer, and once again, a game begins. Give them something, take it away, and sprinkle in some violence. Ruvik sends out that feedback, that frequency within STEM that allows him to corrupt and turn victims, turn them into violent, unthinking, haunted killers. Sebastian flees in pain, trying to plug his ears, and he's pulled down into another area of STEM, but Joseph... He immediately succumbs to the power of Ruvik, and he attacks Julie Kidman. It is a long, drawn-out affair to avoid and disable him, but don't worry, don't you worry. Joseph isn't dead, at least not yet, ? Once again, Ruvik plays his teleportation game, and he separates them. All three are back to walking STEM alone. We will remain with Sebastian for the bulk of the remaining tale. He walks again what looks like the warped halls of Beacon Hospital. He glimpses into Ruvik's plans, his interest in Leslie, his connection to the core, the adaptability that the two share, and a depiction of Ruvik at the heart of the STEM program. But of course, Ruvik can't let a good memory fade without a touch of violence, can he? Oh, but it's no matter. Sebastian survives the arena, and as a reward, he is disabled and dragged to someplace new, someplace we've heard about before but we've not yet seen. The Cedar Hill Church, where all sorts of delightful horrors have come to life, a divine mix of Ruvik and Kidman's minds. Oh, and Sebastian's best pal ever, Joseph, is here, resting within the gates like a picture-perfect sleeping beauty, waiting for Sebastian to arrive. Seems that this is where he landed after his scuffle with Kidman, and he's not doing very well. Every attack from Ruvik wears Joseph down just more and more. It's like he's not actually a target, but a pawn for Ruvik to play with, to harm Sebastian and Kidman. He has no memory of fighting with her either. When he turns into a haunted monster, Joseph is really no longer himself. Former inhabitants of the area around the church begin to descend upon them, pushing them closer into the church, deeper into the village that Kidman once called home, a place she probably thought she'd never have to return to. And a more sinister change begins to take place within Joseph. As Ruvik once described in early testing stages of STEM, over time, degradation of the ego generates strong suicidal tendencies. Joseph has suffered greatly within STEM at the hands of Ruvik, and now this is falling upon him, suicidal thoughts. Joseph is running out of time here. There's a deep urgency in their mission to find a way out of this place. If you recall, when Kidman returned home several years back as a teenager to find her family, she said that the village had been completely abandoned, its inhabitants just gone. And this is the case here as well. The market outside the church still exists, but there's no sign of life. Only Ruvik's haunted playthings beyond the gate surrounding it. The two were able to rest only for a moment to let Joseph have a slight reprieve, but wouldn't you know, running up the steps towards the church is none other than Julie Kidman with a distressed Leslie in tow. I wonder what they're up to. Well, I won't make you guess. Kidman awoke here, much the same as Sebastian and Joseph, and a frightened Leslie was nearby. And it took very little convincing for Leslie to believe that Kidman was there to help him. The poor guy was probably desperately in need of an authority figure. The two make it to the church, where Sebastian and Joseph see them from a distance. And within, Ruvik shows up once again to play his little game of lies, although this time, he doesn't just use words. Kidman gets a glimpse into the endgame of Ruvik's plan, and just what Leslie is to be used for.
They're pawns, eventual victims. They killed me. They ripped me apart and took what they needed. I will destroy what they wish to control.
Ruvik?
He is my vessel. I am in control.
It's an effective tactic, though. Ruvik really has sank his teeth into Sebastian, Joseph, and Kidman. It's as if a big enough nudge in the right direction could send them absolutely careening into complete despair. But Leslie... oh, our boy. It's too late already, isn't it? Ruvik won't let you leave this place, will he? This is all just a sick game for Ruvik until Leslie arrives at the center of STEM, where Ruvik's brain resides. What sickly sweetness hope is. And now, Leslie is gone from her sights once again. She's left with a command to return to Beacon and to bring the boy with her. Joseph and Sebastian make a push for the church gates that they saw Leslie and Kidman running into, along the way facing the fabled twins, Nian and Zen, who, if you believe the tales, were conjoined twins that were taken in at Cedar Hill and experimented on in the basement, given a growth serum that made them grow into massive, ghastly men in just a few days. Oh, so scary. And just beyond them is the Sentinel, the once guard dog of the church grounds, who was also experimented on in the basement and who was fed human flesh left over from the sacrifices that took place under the church. That is, if you believe the tales. And within the church, where not so long ago Kidman confronted Ruvik and lost custody of Leslie, Joseph begins to feel that surging pain once again. Something that signals Ruvik is close. He confesses that he cannot reason it away, nor can he fight it off, as it goes too deep. It's a form of instinct that he cannot stand against when it cascades. Sebastian is able to help Joseph just this once to give him rest and sedation, but Ruvik stands overseeing the two struggle. It's time for another game to begin. A new test of wills, a new torment, into the spooky basement of the Cedar Hill Church. Sebastian is sent to travel the dark occultic halls, through a dungeon and traps, impossible contraptions, and violent cultist mobs transformed by Ruvik's will. Oh, how charming. Good things always happen in churches. And our best buddy Leslie is here, finally. A beacon of goodness in this place. Imprisoned like a toy for Sebastian to win. Frightened out of his mind, the poor thing. Sebastian breaks him out and the two will travel on for about 15 seconds. Something is nearing, and it sends the young Leslie into a tailspin of fear. It's all fun and games, good times and ha-has, until this thing shows up. We called him Safehead, but he's properly known as the Keeper. The safe on his head represents where Ruvik once stored all his research and ideas safely within a lockbox. The Keeper is fueled by rage, and violently charges towards its intended victim when approached. And oh god, what a fun fight in tight corridors, poisonous gas trying to open doors conveniently timed against the Keeper's attack. 1, 2, 3 stages into a kite and rotation, shoot and run. Oh god, I just love it. But watching its head get crushed is a fine reward for the rage and effort that it took to conquer this challenge. Sebastian makes it through, into the catacombs of a natural tunnel system beneath the church, leading away from the madness. It's surely the path that Leslie has taken, but Sebastian does not find the young man on this path. Instead, he's taken back to Beacon, or at least the Beacon Hospital within STEM. There, working away, is the good Dr. Marcelo Jimenez. I wonder what he's been up to for the last 6 or 7 hours. But anyways, the two have a little bit of a talk. He tells Sebastian bits about what he and Ruvik were once working on together, the base nature of STEM, and how it was supposed to change the medical world. It all sounds crazy, and it is. But interestingly, Dr. Jimenez still has not worked out what it is that Ruvik wants, why Ruvik wants Leslie. His best guess as to Ruvik's motivations are, I'd say he wants us dead. Good work on that, Sherlock. The two are removed from each other's presence. Sebastian has gotten a taste of the truth, and that is quite enough. Give the target something, take it away, and then sprinkle in some violence. This lovely amalgamation of victims and rage is here to make Sebastian's acquaintance, to make sure that he keeps moving on at a timely pace. Or maybe it wants to play tag with Sebastian, how adorable. And the safe haven of Nurse Gutierrez Station has a visitor, or perhaps an intruder. Ruvik is making his presence known. The longer one spends connected to STEM, the closer attuned their mind becomes to Ruvik. Maybe Ruvik was always here, watching over this place. And now a new game begins. Ruvik gives Sebastian a taste of his own pain. Immolation. Or maybe it was just a big, bad dream. Doubtful, though. We know that. The safe haven has changed. It is changing. There's a new patient down the hall from
Defend Mount Blair.
Oh no!
Respawning.
This is what we call emergent gameplay.
It is. The real game is the friends we made along the way, and the way in which we defended Mount Blair. As you guys are... Oh, that was fast. Well done, whoever killed the Scorch Beast.
Scorch Beast is dropping first.
All right, perfect. So from Zone A... Oh, the Scorch Beast is plummeting to the ground in a dramatic finish. That is... Oh, watch out for the wing. Perfect. So as Splash Zone A, you can see each one of these objects. The tall filing cabinets, if they hit those are worth 16 points. These larger stash boxes are worth 4 points. These smaller stash boxes are worth 8 points. If they land on one of these rugs, they lose 4 points. And if they die and their paper bag is hovering in the air, that actually is a benefit because that will give them 8 points. Whenever you are ready, Tonic, I think you're jumping first, right?
Yeah.
Go for it. I will blow the great horn. And remember, no use of jetpacks as you plummet.
Wait, are you blowing a horn before I jump?
Oh, no, I already blew it.
Oh, okay.
Oops.
Here it comes.
Hey, I'm back.
Oh, wait a minute. All right, technically, let's look here. Now, unfortunately, though you did hit the center point, which would have given you 16 points, your box here is hovering in the air. So unfortunately, that's only going to be 8 points. So let's get 8 points up on the board for Tonic. Perfect. Who wants to jump next?
I'll go.
Go for it.
Okay.
Coming down, coming down, coming down, coming down. Oh no!
I didn't even die!
Kelly Danielle did not die and missed the scoreboard. While she's making her way back up to the top, let's have the next jumper out. Who wants to jump next?
Okay, I'll go.
Jump away!
Alright, hold on here. Let's see if I can... Oh! Oh wait, I'm on the wrong platform! Oh!
Wasteland Medic completely missed the entire scoreboard. As she makes her way back up, let's have the next jumper.
All right, I'll go. Here comes Vitriol.
Let's go, Vitriol. We're looking at a steady guided drop there. Oh, we have another miss.
I think liking my chances here.
You can do it, Carl.
Am I ready to go?
You are ready to go. Oh, here we go. We're looking at good form from Carl. Oh, let's see. Are we going to get a... Now, this is going to be interesting. So the question is the bag floating? We may need to get the camera down here and see. Nope, that is a solid blue square, so let's give Carl 2 points.
And a Scorch Beast fell on me.
Sometimes it'd be like that, Carl. Who do we have next?
Oh, I'm ready.
Let's go. Let's go Bundicott with that attractive comb over.
Oh, no.
Oh, and we have swing and a miss for Bundicott.
I'm so disappointed in myself.
All right, Kelly Danielle, I think you should be back up the top there now, ready for another jump.
I am. Okay.
Let's go.
Maybe I'll die this time.
Wishing death. Oh, we have another miss. But we have a good death. There we go. Wasteland Meds, are you ready?
I'm still making my way to the top.
Who are we missing from A?
Oops.
So Wasteland Meds and Kelly Danielle were waiting on A. Has everyone else jumped on A?
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I missed, but I jumped.
Let's have them attempt one more time here. Wasteland Meds, once you get to the top, we'll have you jump. Otherwise, I'll have Taylor keep an eye on this board, and then we'll move to B.
All right, Vit's at the top. Do I get to jump again?
Yep, go for it, Vitriol.
Oh, nice. Okay, here we go.
Oh, Vitriol plays. It is harder than it looks.
It is.
It's all about getting that distance from the platform.
Okay, A.
Ready when
Is
you
the
are.
body cleared?
The splash zone has been cleared of human debris.
Thank you. Okay, here we go.
We're ready for you.
All right.
Nice descent. Looking good. Oh, we have another miss. Wasteland Meds, no.
Oh, man. I don't know if there's a whole lot of loot bags here.
That's okay. We'll clean that up later. Really, this is just a ploy for me to collect junk. That's what it's all about. So we're waiting on Kelly Danielle.
Okay, I'm up here. I'm ready.
Go for it. And push for that. There we go. That looks good. That is good. The question is, though, what is it going to be? We have... Ooh, it's right there on the line. We're going to need to take a closer look here. Yep, it's on the line, but the majority of that, we're going to call that a white square. Unfortunately, that loses you 2 points here out of the gate.
You know, I'm just glad I landed on the platform.
You did it, and that's, you know what?
I did it.
You did it,
Third
and you
time's a
showed up,
charm.
and you should get credit for that.
And somehow did worse than if you missed the platform.
Yeah.
All right, Wasteland Meds, go for it.
All right, I'm trying to make my way back up to the top.
Making her
need a
way
guide.
back to the top.
I'm making my way.
Yeah, the staircase that's to the left, sorry, to the right will actually get you up the top there faster.
Oh.
All right, so we're waiting on scoring for Vitriol. You have to make your way back up there, right, for another jump?
I'm up here. Do I get to jump again?
Did you already do 2 jumps?
I did 2 jumps.
Oh, okay then. So I thought,
Oh, I didn't know we get a second jump.
we don't. We're supposed to go to B. So we're just waiting here for the rest of the people on A. So we have only Kelly. No, sorry, Kelly Danielle just went. So we're waiting on Wasteland Meds. I think you're the last one here, right?
Yeah. Sure.
You can do
Maybe
it.
I'll hit the target this time. Oh.
It's the other one. It's
Oh no, did you jump from the wrong platform?
No, somebody just fell right in front of me.
It was me.
All right, I'm
Okay,
gonna
let's see.
one more time, and no pressure if you can't get her this time. I'm gonna have Taylor watch the scoreboard for you while we move to B.
All right, here we go.
Go
Third
for it.
time's a charm, right?
Yep. Further, 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 further. Oh, and we're good. Everyone is loving this corner. That is solidly on the blue square. Let's give Wasteland Meds that 2 points.
Nice, Meds.
Nice. And we are going to now move to platform B.
Does anybody else see this Scorch standing on top of the X?
Yeah.
He's stuck on the roof.
That's
He's
pretty
just screaming.
He's just yelling.
Now, over at platform B is a little more decorated. I mean, we've got everything from Fallout. Who did that? Fallout Ken's Drop Den. We have a beautiful hot tub here for our guests, and oh, that's some nice fruit bowls. All right, so platform B. Let's have you guys emote. I want to make sure you're at the right one. I don't even think I can see it up there. Yep, perfect. You're at the right one. All right, who wants to jump first from B?
I'll go for it. Let's try and get a point this time. That'll be fun.
Let's go, Cole.
Hey.
You can do it, Bandicoot. We're looking at a good descent, and here's an interesting one. Is it going to be blue or white? Solidly on the blue. Well done.
Second time's a charm.
Yep, 2 points for Bandicoot. Jump away. Whoever would like to jump next.
Okay, here I go.
Looking good, looking good, looking good. Oh, Kelly, is that going to be... Oh, that's good, though. We're on the blue. Perfect. Blue squares, 2 points for Kelly.
Back to 0.
She's back up to noon point. Noon point. Next jumper on B.
Here I go.
We're having a twisting move there from Bandicoot. Is this the Olympics? We're getting a B. You know, I haven't seen any floating yet. I'm waiting for that to happen. Yep, it's looking solid blue. 2 points for Tonic. Next jumper.
That'll be me.
Go for it.
I need to offer my praise to the Mothman real quick.
Praise to the Mothman. Tommy Nay jump off from the Carly. Almost had the... Oh, here we go. Have we got a hoverer? I'm waiting for that hovering. I think it's... Nope, we've got a solid blue. 2 points there for Carl McKevitt. Next jumper on B.
All right, I'm confident this time.
You can do it. Looking good, looking good. Oh, Vitriol, that was so close. All right, we're gonna get... Yep, that is solid blue, 2 points.
Yes.
And...
Offering.
You know, sometimes it's all about praying to that Mothy Overlord. I'm just saying. And bless you for that jump. On Mothy wings. All right, has everyone jumped from B?
Nope,
Yeah.
I'm getting ready.
Oh, excellent.
Yep.
One last prayer to that dark Mothy Overlord.
All right, here I come.
Do it. We're looking at good form. Good form. Are we going to overshoot? Oh, we overshot. No, Wasteland Meds. We're going to have you respawn and try one more time. The hot tub, unfortunately, does not gain you any points.
Oh, darn it.
But look at that. Look at that death form. That is lovely. Nice pile of intestines there. We'll remember you fondly.
Okay.
You know what? To keep things moving along, let's have you guys jump twice from this platform. So let's circle back around to... Who started off here? Was it Kelly?
Bandicoot.
Oh, Bandicoot started first. Bandicoot, let's have you take another jump here on B.
Oh, okay. Let's get another blue.
Looking good, looking good, looking good. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I'm waiting for that hovering bag. I haven't seen any hovering bags here. Although, hang on a second. Hold the phone. Let's look from the other side. I think we have our first hovering bag.
Yep, Ken, that looks like a hovering bag to me.
Yep, it has actually clipped into the previous bag, but that still counts. So that is going to be 8 points.
Oh.
8 points for Bandicoot, our first hovering bag. Next jumper, please.
Here we go.
Looking good, looking good, looking good. Kelly? Oh, hang on. Oh, that is yet... see, it's on the white square, but that is definitely a hovering bag. 8 points for Kelly Danielle.
Hooray!
All right, Wasteland Men, so we don't get too far off track here. Let's have you jump again if you're back up there.
I just gotta grab some junk.
Grab that junk out of that trunk.
Oh, that's a good call.
Yeah. Here's a pro tip. You might want to have junk on you when you jump. I'm just saying.
Here I go. Going for the blue or the white. No hot tubs.
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop. Oh, looking good, Neds.
Oh.
Hang on. We've got a clip inside an object, so let's have you die and see where this appears.
Okay.
Give up. Hang on. Are we going to have a hovering pile of meat here? Once you dematerialize, let's see how if this meat pile is hovering. It looks, Paladin, what do you think? It looks to me like it is.
Yep, I'm in photo mode. Looks like it's hovering to me.
That is definitely hovering. Wasteland Meds with 8 points for that hovering pile of goo.
Hey.
All right, next jumper. So I'm gonna have you guys go just twice on this one, and then we'll move to the next one. So whoever has not jumped yet. We have a mystery figure coming down, and it's Tonic. Oh, Tonic! Hang on.
Oh.
Tonic coming in with that ridiculous flex.
Yep, that's
16
on the circle.
points for landing on the circle. Tonic actually in the last game we played this landed on one of the most difficult drop zones we possibly could have had. That was well done. Wait, Tonic is cleaning up here, so 16 points there added to the board for Tonic. All right, next jumper on B for your second jump only on here. We've got Carl McKevitt. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh, so close. Carl was trying to follow in Tonic's footsteps, but unfortunately that's looking like it's mostly on blue. So let's give that a blue for +2 points for Carl. All right, Wasteland Meds, if you're up there, I'm going to have you take your second jump.
All right.
Let's see you jump.
Wait, B. Okay.
Go. Looking good. Looking good, Meds. Let's have you hit. Oh, let's see. Are we going to get a blue or a white or maybe yet another hovering bag? Oh, look at that. That is a hovering pile of goo. Round 2. So we're going to give 8 points to Wasteland Medic. Who has not jumped from platform B twice now?
I need a second jump.
Go for it. Looking good. We have a nice clean descent. Vitriol plays landing on... Ooh, are we going to get the control panel? Look at that majestic swan death. We're going to call that hovering, so that is going to be 8 points. Hovering.
Nice.
Man, I am the only one not blessed by the hovering gods.
You know what it is? If you end up... your bag will drop on top of someone else's. That's kind of the key here.
I'm just too courteous for this one.
Carl is too good for this world. Was that the last person for their second jump on B?
I think so.
Then let's go to C. Now I'm going to drop down in the center of this thing something that Tonic was asking for. And it is perhaps the most difficult thing that you could possibly attempt to hit.
Oh, are you putting it down?
You know it.
Ooh, that's so tempting.
So the very center blue square is going to have the tall, round lamppost. And this lamppost is incredibly difficult, but you want your bag to stick to the top of it. And that has only happened, I think, Tonic, did someone do it twice? Was it you? Or did we only just get one successful hit on this?
It was me and another person.
I think it was Osiris maybe that got it too. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so yep, if you hit that center point and your bag skips up there, that's going to net you 16 points.
Well, no, like 10 people hit it, but only 2 stayed.
Yeah, the bag kept clipping down and spawning at the bottom. All right, platform C. Jump when you are ready.
Oh, I think I'm first. I somehow got to the front of the line.
Go for
I'll
it.
give a shot.
Yeah, I was like, I think we formed a line.
Everyone's like, let's just get
Very
behind
polite
Carl.
people here.
All right, Carl. Carl doing a straight plummet. Successfully on blue. Or hang on. Let's see where that deposits. Hang on. Oh no. I'm not seeing a bag. Carl, did you? Oh no, Carl. We're gonna get an F. We're gonna get an F in chat for Carl forgetting to grab junk. That's okay, Carl. Everybody does it.
Can you take my word for it that I hit the bullseye?
Sure. No.
Yeah.
It was a practice run.
Judges say no.
Nice try. All right. Next jumper here on C.
Okay, that will be me.
Go Bandicoot.
Oh no.
We're getting an oh no right out the door from Bandicoot. Hang on.
Slightly off to the right, I was like, oh.
That is going to be solidly on blue for 2 points. Oh no, hang on. Hang on. Hold the phone.
It's hovering.
It is. I take that back. You're right. Getting right down here. That is going to be 8 points for the first hovering bag here.
Too easy.
Well done.
Totally on purpose.
Next up on C. Ready when you are. Straight down, looking good. We have Tonic. Oh. We have, let's get right down in here because I almost called it last time. That's solidly touching blue for 2 points for Tonic. Next jumper on C.
Here I go.
Looking good. Looking good. Kelly Danielle. Are we going to get... ooh, what have we here? Now this one's going to be tricky. You know what? The bag is literally, it's looking 50-50 split between the yellow and blue. I'm going to give it to you, so let's give you 2 points.
Nice. Thanks.
Judge's call there. All right.
Right.
Next up.
Okay, here we go.
Looking good, Wasteland Meds. Oh, Wasteland Meds clipped the top there. Do I see what I think I see? What do you think, Paladin? That looks like it's, yeah, that's definitely hovering to me.
Yep, it's floating.
Floating pile of meat for 8 points for Wasteland Medic. Who has everyone jumped so far except Carl for his next?
I need to do one.
Okay, go for it. Vitriol plays on her way back down.
Oh.
Wait. Oh. Wait. Tonic, she almost showed you up. That was a solid land on the top there, and then she clipped through it. So we've got no floating, I see. So that's going to be 2 points for Vitriol plays. All right, Carl, you ready?
I am.
Let's go, Carl. Carl 2, the revenge. Oh, nope. Solidly on blue. Not seeing any floating. 2 points for Carl. Rightio. Back we go to where we all started.
Consistent and slow. That is my that was my technique during swim camp. So I'm just holding out pretty.
Oh my god, I'm inside the structure. How did this happen? There we go. Ow, I almost died. And once you guys land back down here, if your bags are still down here, just grab them for your second jumps. So now here we are back on A.
Back on it.
Back on A.
Back on A?
Oh.
Wait,
Back
did
to the
we do
beginning.
second jobs on C?
Nope, we're going to go back to the beginning here.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I did second jumps on that one just so we could keep things moving along.
All right. We'll form the line. Go
On the line,
Kevin.
back on A. First jumper on A, who you going to be?
Oh, it's gonna be me.
Okay, Bundycott, let's go. We're looking at a good disemption. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Dropping that raw asbestos, but it's looking no floating. Solidly on blue. That's going to be 2 points for Bundycott. Here we go. Next jumper is Kelly Danielle. We have... Oh, here's hoping for a floating bag. Nope, I'm seeing solid contact. What do you think, Paladin?
Yep, I'm seeing solid white.
Yep, unfortunately the majority of the bag has gone white, so it's going to be minus 2 points for Kelly Danielle.
Oh. All right.
That's fair.
Next jumper!
Here I come.
Ooh, looking good. Looking good. Wasteland Medic. Oh, hang on.
Ow.
Is this what I think it is?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, that is solid contact with white. I thought it was going to be floating. Unfortunately, that's going to be minus 2 points for Wasteland Medic. With, yep, so minus 2 points. Next jumper, please.
All right, here comes Vet.
Let's see. Looking good. Drifting a little. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Is this going to be hovering? Nope, I'm seeing, so that's going to be the majority of this. Yeah, the majority of this, unfortunately, I'm seeing on white. So that's going to be minus 2 points for Vitriol Plays. Next jumper again. Looking good. Oh, hang on. Did you do it yet again?
Oh.
Another one.
Get out. That's going to be another 16-point center point of that Brotherhood food dispenser. Or tonic. That is impressive. Do we have a king of the plummet? I guess we'll find out. Next jumper. Let's see what we got here. Carl? Oh no, Carl!
No. I
We've
was trying to go for blue.
we have Carl with a swing and a miss.
The one time I try to hit blue, I don't.
I will blow the horn of sadness. All right, once Carl, as you make your way back up there, let's have you guys take one more jump from this one so we can keep this moving along. So we're going to do 2 jumps on this one, so whoever wants to jump again here on A.
Okay.
Looking at Bundycott. Ooh. We're going to get a blue or a hover. That's looking solidly touching the surface. That's going to be 2 points for Bundycott.
Alrighty, here I come down.
Here we go. Kelly. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Hang on. Did Kelly drop a bag?
I should have. I had junk on me. Did I not drop
Oh, is
the
it this
bag?
one here?
It should be the settler's bag. Oh, there it is.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's going to be on white, so minus 2 points.
Oh boy.
Womp womp.
All right. Well, let's go.
Here we go. Wasteland Meds.
Oh, no!
Swing and a miss for Wasteland Meds. Next jumper.
All right, here comes Bit.
Oh, that was right on the rail. Oh.
Ooh, looking good. Looking good. Are you going to land on me? Oh, hang on. Do we have a filing cabinet? Oh.
Nope.
So close.
You know what? That's a floater, not a filing cabinet. Let's call that 8 points. 8 points for Vitriol Plays. Next jumper.
Am I the only one who hasn't gone twice yet?
Yep.
I think. Did I go twice?
Tonic, you've
Yeah, I did.
only... Yeah.
I think.
No, hang on. You haven't. Because Carl went after you, and then we had a swing and a miss.
You can go ahead, Tom.
Tonic on his way back down. Do we have yet another... Oh! Hang on. That, I definitely see light underneath this.
Yep, that looks floating to me.
Yep, we're going to get 8 more points for Tonic with a floating box. Carl, whenever you are ready. So this is going to be Carl for his first run. Oh, we got get that majestic fall off the side. 2 points. It's looking like definitely not floating. Yep, 2 points for Carl. So Carl will just need to take his second jump from this one. Has anyone else not jumped twice yet?
Well, I jumped twice, but I hit the rail.
Yeah, then if you haven't landed on the scoreboard for your second run there, jump again.
Okay, wait. Which one were we at? B? A?
Nope, we're back at A, where we started, yeah.
Okay. Here we go. All right.
Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Here we...
Oh.
Oh no, Meds. Oh no.
Ah. I was trying so hard.
I'm seeing solid contact with white, minus 2 points. I'm sorry, Meds. So is that everyone twice on A?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yep.
If we count my miss, then yes.
Oh, so Carl, you haven't jumped twice from this, right?
Does missing the board does not count as a jump?
It definitely doesn't, no. You have to hit the board. So then
Okay.
we'll have you jump
I'll
again.
be up in 1 second.
Sweet. While Carl is making his way back up to the top, I did want to remind everyone during QuakeCon, we are raising money for 6 different charities this year. We've raised $13,304 so far. Everyone from Dallas Pets Alive to the Trevor Project. So if you can donate, please do so. Every dollar matters. We yeah, $13,304 is nothing to laugh about. That's well done. And Carl. Oh. Oh, hang on.
I think I forgot junk again.
I was gonna say, isn't that the same damn thing that
Oh my god.
Carl.
The irony is I landed on my other bag, so it's kind of like that's where my bag would be, but I'm willing to take the 0 and move on to the next jump.
No, we'll have you complete this one. And then we'll move to our next round.
Do we have time? Is that okay?
We do. No, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 23 minutes left on the clock.
Whoever has the guts loot bag, I just stole some.
Yep,
sub
you
bags.
did. I just got the. You took my Mr. Fuzzy.
Carl is a wasteland robber. How dare you?
Said another player picked up your loot.
Initiate PvP.
My character ran out of breath. I'm almost there, though.
Boy, it's a beautiful day here to breathe in ash. Look at that lovely sun.
It's like California right now.
Oh.
A little too close to home.
Shout out to Tack there.
Little too real. We're getting praying to the Mothman happening up top there. Let's see if that will make the difference. Oh, hang on. Hang on.
Well, at least we know he has junk this time.
If only this thing would hover. Yep, that's going to be on blue though, so let's call that 2 points for Carl. And we're now going to take this party back to platform B.
I like how we formed a line.
I know.
So-
We're all so polite.
So orderly.
Sensible adults.
But it was funny because nobody wanted to get to the very first, so we're
No one wants first.
All right, first jumper on B. Let's go.
All right, here we go. I'm going first. I'm going to hit the platform. That's my goal.
Looking good so far. Looking good, Vitriol. Oh.
I think that's a floater.
That is going to be a floater for 8 points. And you know what? This actually is going to affect scoring, so I'm gonna pick up this junk here. Okay, good. We'll clean up the board. There we go. Very good. Next jumper on B, please.
All right, here we go. Come on.
Oh, meds. Oh, meds. Oh, what are we looking at? Blue or white? We're looking, is that going to be solidly on blue?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, solidly on blue, no floater. So 2 points for Wasteland Meds. Next jumper on B, please.
Yeah.
Looking good, Bandicott. Let's see. This is looking like yet another 50-50 between white and blue, so I'm going to give it to you. So let's call that 2 points.
God.
2 points for Bandicott.
Oh. Bandicott, we're neck and neck here.
Yeah.
Next jumper.
Okay, let's see. Come on, blue.
Oh, Kelly. Oh, Kelly. Hang on. Looking solidly on blue to me, right, Paladin?
Yep, no floating.
No floating. 2 points for Kelly.
See, just calling it out. Put it in the universe. Then land on blue.
You gotta call that Mothy Overlord. Next jumper on B, please. Looking good. Oh, Tonic. Tonic did it yet again. Yet again. 16 points, landing in the center
Let's
of the
go.
Brotherhood food dispenser.
Rigged.
Tonic
Exactly.
committed ritual sacrifice before this stream to be bestowed upon gifts.
I'm gonna have a live team make sure you're not cheating.
Carl's currently logging in. Let's see what's going on here. Looking good, Carl? Oh, hang on. Do we have...
That's not right. I'm supposed to hit the blue square.
Well, we have our first actually hit on this large stash box, which is going to be 4 points for Carl.
That sounds too high. I'm supposed to get 2 every time around.
Carl's like, can I jump again? I need this points. Next jumper, please.
Okay, this is Vit. Second jump.
Oh, Vitriol. That is definitely a floater. 8 points for Vitriol plays. Next jumper.
Big money, big stash box, big stash box. Oh,
let's see what we got here.
Man.
Ooh. Yeah, the majority of that is going to be on blue. Doesn't look like it's floating. So 2 points for Mesa and Meds. Has everyone gone?
I think everyone's gone at least once.
Yeah. Perfect. Then we are going to move to platform C.
Vitriol also has points that aren't on the scoreboard. Just notice. I'm calling it out for them.
0 points.
It's not.
Yeah, it's a bug.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Chat to open track.
We have it. I don't know why it's not on this.
Oh,
What
yeah.
even is this for?
We have a Google Doc error. Vitriol Plays actually has... Hang on here. Let's fix this real quick.
This allows chat to interact. You know, it's half the fun
That's right.
to do
That's
math.
You know, Saturday morning math, Saturday afternoon math for chat.
Yeah, it looks like the...
Wait, we're streaming this? I thought this was just our Saturday afternoon.
Okay, there we go. Vitriol Plays is finally up on the board correctly. So there we go. 34 points on the board. It's all about clearing out that formula. All right, so platform C, let's go.
Will do. Are we jumping now, yeah?
Yep, go for it.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Jump away.
Getting right there in the middle. No, never mind this way.
Oh, Bundicott. Oh, Bundicott. What do we got? We got nothing. You forgot to grab.
Oh. No loot bag.
Womp 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 womp.
There's a practice run, guys. It's fine.
It's fine.
The lay of the land.
Next jumper, please, on platform C. Let's go. This is a 15-minute warning. Kelly looking good. That is solidly on blue for 2 points for Kelly.
Whee!
Is this the one with the lamppost?
It is.
Yeah.
I'm going for it.
Tonic's like, step aside.
Yeah, I think you really need to gamble at this point. You're so far behind.
Carl coming in with the sarcasm perk card. Oh, here we go, Tonic. Here we go, Tonic. Here we go. Oh.
Oh, easy.
Oh.
What?
Yep, it is up here.
He did it yet again. That's going to be 16 points.
Rigged.
Wow.
Rigged.
Rigged
No,
for sure.
You're getting banned after this.
I wish you guys could hear how fast I was
Carl-
ending that tab key.
Carl is like, at last I can use my powers. All right, next jumper. I can't believe that.
All right. Here we go.
It's
I
really
just want
the
to
race
hit
for
the
second place,
platform.
dude.
Oh, here we go. Here we go, Meds.
Oh.
Here we go, Meds. We're looking at non-floating pile of goo on blue for 2 points. Next jumper. Carl. Oh, legs akimbo, right. Hang on. Hang on, Carl. Carl.
That looks like a floating bag.
Carl. Carl, you did it.
It finally happened.
You've achieved anti-gravity. Carl is bringing that custom world experience right here into the base game with the floating object. 8 points for Carl. Let's get that up on the board.
It's been a long con just to advertise worlds.
It really is. Jump away. Next jumper. Oh, vitriol. Vitriol. Oh, let's see. Are you looking, Paladin? Solidly on blue?
Yep, solid blue. No
Solid blue. 2 points for vitriol.
I've been dropping bone shards for real immersion.
Nice.
Splintered femur on the court. Next jumper.
Reckon that's alright.
Oh, looking good, Bundicott.
No. Oh.
Oh no, Bundicott. Bundicott on the yellow.
Is yellow good?
No, on the yellow is bad, so minus 2 points for Bundicott.
You sure about
No.
I'm.
You want to reevaluate that back?
I'm pretty sure. I feel threatened all of a sudden.
Judges say yellow.
Oh, sorry.
All right, one more jump here. Next jumper.
Are we going twice?
Nope, just once. Has everyone jumped once?
Yep.
Good. Then we are going back to B. Back to B for the final round. Now, everyone was going to do one last jump. And at this point, you can decide how you want to play. You can either jump as we normally have, or you can gamble the points that you have for a chance to catch up to several people that are in front of you. So you can think about it. If you land on either the Brotherhood Center object or any of the white squares for the lowest possible point, that will net you the value that you bet. So highest versus lowest. Think about what you're going to gamble here. And then when you guys are ready. Yeah, go ahead, Tonic.
If I gamble all of my points, would that break any records?
If I say yes,
Yeah, the answer is yeah. Gamble them all.
Tonic is going to make a QuakeCon record and then break it.
So tempting.
So we just have to hit white after we gamble?
Yep, it's going to be white squares, or it's going to be the Brotherhood Center one. So it's either the highest positive point, which is going to be the Brotherhood Center thing, or the lowest negative, which is going to be the white squares. Who wants to go first, and what do you want to bet?
Looks like I'm in the front, so I'll go first. I'm gonna bet it all.
Sorry, who's speaking?
It's Kelly.
Okay, Kelly Danielle is going to put all 10 points in the pot. So she's it's either going to be 0 or 20, nothing in between. Ready when you are, Kelly. Oh, Kelly. Oh no,
So
Kelly.
close.
Oh no. Are we going to get a white? You know what? We've got a white. We've got a white. So that's going to be a total of 20 points now for Kelly Danielle.
I did it.
Next jumper, and what are you going to do?
So, I've been thinking.
Oh no.
I think we're going to gamble it all. And I want to get some hype in the chat for it.
All right, let's. Tonic is going to throw everything in the pot, all in. Let's get some hype going in chat here. Yes. Now this either he's either going to end up with 0 or God. Can someone do math for me? What is that? 8, 16, so 100. What? 160. 168 points. Yes.
168 points. Makes it.
All right.
There's got to be a record, right?
Sure. 0 or 168. Let's go, Tonic. Here we go. Let's see if he can pull something out of his hat one last time. Oh no! Oh no!
No.
No! We have a floater, and I'm sorry. We have to reset Tonic to 0.
Oh,
Tonic!
Makes me so happy.
Tonic, no! Oh man!
That's an F in chat.
Oh no, that is brutal. All right, next jumper.
all right, it's me.
And we've got 7 minutes left here before we have to shut down our broadcast. So let's go.
Oh, okay, okay.
Medic, what do you
What do you bet?
I'm only gonna bet half. I'm only gonna bet half.
Sorry, who's Wasteland Meds?
Medic. Medic.
All right, so Medic is going to be going in with 14 points. Let's go, Medic. Oh. Oh no. We have yet another floater not touching white. We're going to bring Wasteland Medic down to 14 points from 28, please. Next jumper, and what are you betting?
All right, this is Vit. I'm going to bet 10 points.
Vitriol plays. It's either going to be 26 or 46. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Oh.
Okay, bag, where are you? Oh no.
Oh no, that's on blue. We're going to need Vitriol plays. Take that down to 26 points. All right, next jumper, and what are you betting?
Right, I am betting everything on the table.
Oh,
Everything.
Bundicott.
Oh.
So it's going to be an easy one. Let's go.
0 or 44 for Bundicott. Let's go.
Watch this.
Let's go. Oh, 44 on the board for Bundicott. Solidly on white. Well done. Let's go. Next jumper. And what are you betting?
This is Carl, and I'm going to bet everything. So all 24 points.
Carl is going all in. 24 points. It's going to be either a nune point or we've got, 48. Wait. Oh no, Carl, you hit it. Oh, that is brutal. But hang on. You missed that, but you got white.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on my screen.
Yep. You got white. So you missed the brotherhood thing, got white. So let's take Carl up to 48 points. Next jumper, what are you betting? Is that everybody?
I believe that's everybody.
That's everybody. Then
we all went.
Then we have a winner. First place, we have Bundicott with 44 points. Everyone give him a round of applause in chat. And let's...
Did I have 48?
Wait. Carl has 48. Carl has 48.
I wasn't looking at the right number. All right, never mind. Forget everything I said. Carl with 48 points is the winner. Let's get applause in chat for Carl. Let's get an F in chat for my stupidity. Congratulations. Congratulations to Carl McKevitt. And let's have everyone jump down here and take some pictures in front of this ridiculous display that we have. Let's get some final
beautiful sign that
I'll land on the thing this time.
Impressive jumping here. One last jump.
Oh! Hey, help me.
Well done, Carl. So that's 48 points for Carl. Second place, Bundicott with 44. Vitriol plays with 26. Kelly Danielle with 20. Wasteland Meds for 14. And Tonic with 0. And look at this. I want to thank Paladin here for hanging out and helping. And also Pamela Fury for helping us out earlier. I could not have got all of this together in time without you guys. Let's take some hilarious jumping pictures. If you have the jumping emote.
Don't forget this sign in here, Ken, too.
Oh, and that beautiful sign. Where's that jump? Come on. I'm gonna upstage people here. And as we are getting ready to play out here, we have 3 minutes left. Tell a little bit about yourselves and where people can find you. Carl, since you won here, Carl, why don't you tell them a little bit about what your role is in Fallout 76?
Sure. I am a quest designer, so that means I make things like, this might surprise you, but quests.
What?
Get out of here.
Events count as quests too. So I've worked on stuff like riding shotgun, which is why I'm repping with my Blue Ridge Caravan outfit.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
And other bits, but yeah, we're we write stuff and we make stuff, and I help with that.
Brilliant, thank you. We'll go in order here. So next up, Bundicott, where can we find you?
Hey. I'm a documentary maker. You can find me over at Pumpkin Dynasty, over on YouTube or the website as well. You can find some Fallout documentaries on there. So, yeah.
They're very good too. Next up, we have 2 minutes left here on the clock, so we are going to Vitriol Plays. Where can we find you?
I am on Twitch. I'm a retro variety streamer, and I stream a lot of Fallout 76.
Oh, yes, you do. Kelly Danielle, where can we find you?
Hey everyone, you can find me, I'm a variety broadcaster over on Twitch. I'm also the social media manager for the Fallout Community Stream team, so you can follow us over there. And that's about it.
Nice. Wasteland Meds, where can we find you?
Oh, you can find me on Twitch, Wasteland Meds, and also with the UWN.
Nice. And last but not least, the man who gambled it all, Tonic, where can we find you?
You can find me talking about Fallout on YouTube.
Nice. And I think he recently dropped a video, just saying.
Just saying.
You can find me here on Twitch, Chad Fallout 76 podcast, but I'm mostly known for the Chad of Fallout 76 Story podcast. That's available on all podcast players. And thank you all. This is our final event that we're doing for QuakeCon, and it has been amazing. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with us, and thank you all to our contestants. Get one last round of applause while we cut to commercial here, and then keep the QuakeCon 2021 action going. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, QuakeCon staff.
Great job, everyone.
Well done.
Okay, toilet bowl. You think you're a big problem?
Now I'm ready.